Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Jill.
Before we begin this morning, I'd like to introduce Dimitri Varmasas, okay, from the State Department. He's joining us for today and tomorrow, and I'd invite Dimitri to introduce himself. And if you have any statements for the council, please feel free to share. Thanks.
No statements, but very nice to be here, and I look forward to meeting all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome. So we will be beginning our meeting on our C2 agenda item, and we have Ms. Cleaver here to introduce our specifications for the Gulf of Alaska. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, I'm Sarah Cleaver. I'm on council staff and I'm the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team Coordinator. For those online who can't see, I'm sitting here with Dr. Jim Iannelli, who is one of our co-chairs on the Groundfish Plan Team. And this morning, Jim will be presenting, Dr. Iannelli will be presenting the report from our recent November Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team meeting, where the plan team compiled the full SAFE report, which includes all of the Gulf of Alaska groundfish stock assessments, as well as the introduction, which is essentially an executive summary of our SAFE report. And so Dr. Iannelli will present on that. And at the end, I will walk through a little bit more detail about your action, but kind of broad overviews, the same as you did in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands yesterday. The action in front of you is to approve the SAFE report for the Gulf of Alaska and to recommend OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC. You'll get that in the SSC report, and tax for the Gulf of Alaska groundfish stocks. And I believe, yes, you already received the Gulf of Alaska ecosystem status report from Dr. Bridget Ferris, I believe yesterday. Can't keep track of my days anymore. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Iannelli.
Thank you, Sarah. Members of the council, my name's Jim Iannelli with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. I'll be presenting on behalf of Chris Lunsford and Sarah on this. We met from the 12th to the 15th. We have 2 new members this year. Thanks to the council for approving them, and Jim Thorson and Sophia Wasserman have joined our team and add quite a bit of talent. These are the management areas that we'll be talking about today. As you know, and I've compiled, this is in our SAFE intro section, just a little bit slightly different key, just to highlight how many assessments we reviewed with the black diamonds. Those are the full operational assessments. And then I just highlighted for note taking when we get to it, that other rockfish was not scheduled to be operational this year, but due to the council's request to re-examine some of the categorizations by species, we shuffled some species into different complexes, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. Yeah, just highlighting, I think, yeah, which ones will be done, and next year with the survey, we'll have a few more full assessments that we'll be considering. As Sarah mentioned, you've seen the ESRs. We really appreciated the work and had some recommendations looking for future work or suggestions, and having to do with how to deal with diet composition, looking at consumption across community-wide areas, and then looking at some conceptual models and trying to validate them. Because so many things co-vary in the ecosystem, they suggested to make some composite indicators. They also made the suggestion, it's been almost, I think, 30 years since the Eastern Gulf has been closed to trawling, that it might be interesting to pursue that in an ESR if someone was willing to take on how to do that. And then just technically, because there are new people and we all forget, it would be nice to have some recap of how things have changed from the previous year to get a better feel for kind of directionality. In our intro section, we also covered the economic aspects of the Gulf of Alaska groundfish. You saw this yesterday in Dr. Barbeau's presentation, where this is the change in revenue between 2021 and 2022 when things were improving. The price was better than the previous year and the quantity seemed to be improving. And the net effect shown here in the yellow bars was positive. Unfortunately, from 2022 to 2023, things were almost uniformly reversed. The net value and price effects were resulting in a net effect for a number of the species to be negative. And you see that reflected in this overall dollar value of the fishery between 2022 and 2023. We also, the Alaska Fisheries Science Center survey group is underway redesigning some of the allocations of survey tows, and that's called the restratification. The team supported this effort. There's been a publication out on it, and we just had some technical recommendations on how to present that, and we'll be taking that up internally, but the team supported these changes. Moving into the individual safe chapters themselves and the resulting changes in the ABCs. Overall, the roundfish, which is dropped by 3% between this year's ABC and the recommendation for next year. And all of these are plan team recommendations. And when you translate this into absolute tonnages, it's about a 8,000 ton decrease for roundfish, a minor increase in flatfish, and overall about a 7,000 ton drop from this year to next year. Just in terms of individual stock complexes and stocks, these are the changes in ABC from this year to next in percentage terms. The biggest percentage change being demersal shelf rockfish. And then just showing kind of the same display, but with the current year's catch recorded to date, shown by the line. Showing the breakout by all of the species categories in the Gulf of Alaska. This was this year's ABC distribution, and then the change was pretty minor between the 2 years. And in terms of stock status, this is the stock status as determined last year and pretty similar this year. A little bit lower catch relative to the OFL or catch at FMSY. Okay, moving, I'll just do quick summaries through each of the individual species, a little more detail for the ones that have more targeted fishery. Pollock in particular, down by 5%. This stock assessment included an ESP, ecosystem and socioeconomic profile, and had relatively good signals for young of the year. That's juvenile pollock in the Gulf based on some survey data, but average conditions for general environmental conditions. There was lacking some surveys, but one of the developments that we spoke about at length was this DSEM, dynamic structural equation modeling, which is a way to incorporate a broad number of indicators and feed that into the assessment and develop a way to kind of predict on average what direction things are going in. In terms of socioeconomics, there was CPUE apparently decreased, and there was some indication that roe prices would be affected given prices. Moving into the actual stock assessment for Gulf of Alaska pollock, this is just showing the biomass trend of spawning and the high value of 2012 recruitment, some technical aspects of the changes. Early concern was the lack of fit to the bottom trawl index, but some good signs of cohorts. And in terms of our retrospective pattern, it seemed to be improved. This slide showing the kind of the time series of different data types that are used in the analysis, with the new values highlighted in red. And this is just showing the time series of catch relative to the ABC and TAC. For 2024, there was a closure starting in September that affected the level of TAC that could have been caught. This year we had a winter survey occurred off the Shelikof Strait. This is showing the transects, and the red dots are showing where the stations, the trawl stations occurred. It's up slightly from the 2023 value. They do pick up small fish in this survey at times, but did not this year. And the Chirikov region was up quite a bit from historical recent history, at 150,000 tons, 15,000 tons. As usual, the author goes through and evaluates the influence of new data, and that's what's being shown here. Relatively minor changes given the new information, so it's consistent. And this is the figure showing a couple of things. One of the improvements of the assessment was the ability to take into account a covariate for this spawning survey that occurs in the Shelikof Strait. And that covariate had to do with the timing of the survey, and that allowed the model to be able to fit these data much better than historically. And the concern that was the author listed was for the bottom trawl survey shown on the top right, showing an increase, but it's kind of flattened out here. And so we'll see how the survey results turn out in 2025. 2025 was also scheduled to have an updated value for the summertime acoustic survey, but that's been canceled.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you. Can you tell me if in the Gulf, the bottom trawl survey, like the Bering Sea survey, picks up certain year classes but not others?
Thanks through the chair, Mr. Sakata. As far as if you're referring to like the age classes that are not being picked up so well in the bottom trawl survey in the Bering Sea, generally ages 2 and to some degree age 3, that pattern doesn't seem to exist with the bottom trawl survey in the Gulf of Alaska very much, because it's pretty rare to get 1-year-olds in the bottom trawl survey. And the fact that we do pick them up in the acoustic trawl in the winter is kind of a unique phenomena that we don't really understand that well, like why they're available in that. I mean, generally speaking, I mean, in the Bering Sea, you're more constrained by depth, and if there's a lot of 1-year-olds, there's not much place for them to go, so they do get picked up in the bottom trawl, compared to the Gulf where the depths are much broader range, and the 1-year-olds are probably off of the shelf a bit more, and that's why they pick them up in the acoustic survey, but not so much in the bottom trawl survey. So.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, and I'm sure it's in one of these slides, Dr. Iannelli, but are we used to seeing a poor fit with the bottom trawl survey, or is that unusual? Could you go back to that slide? It looks like that's been common in some years and pretty well fit in others. Is there any explanation for that?
Thanks through the chair, Ms. Kimball. There is a lot of history of lack of fit in this assessment. If I could, before we saw this increase, we had a conflict or a difference, a pretty big difference, that the acoustic surveys during these 3 years was quite high. And back here, these same years, the spotted trawl survey was quite low. So we used to fit these values and not these at all, or very poorly historically. So that the pattern, there's always been a conflict and a lack of fit between these two surveys, especially in the last decade. But it's changed over time. That's one thing. And you'll see that we, as a plan team, made, and this has been evaluated in the past, where we've looked at the vertical distribution of pollock in the Gulf. Like in these years, we evaluated whether there's some indication that the pollock are more off the bottom than normal, and that made their availability to the acoustic survey higher versus that in that same period for the bottom trawl survey. Adding in the timing of the spawning, so that covariate that allows this to fit better has improved the inconsistency between these data types. But we did recommend pursuing some more evaluation of kind of environmental factors that might bring pollock closer to the bottom or further off the bottom and less available.
Thank you. And does the plan team, the peak meetings were mentioned yesterday, and I feel like that's where we've received some input from the fleet on the different places that they're seeing pollock in the Gulf and acting differently and being in different depths in the water column. And is that kind of information, I wasn't able to listen to the plan team, available to the plan team to kind of either corroborate or just add in to some of the things that you're seeing through the surveys?
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. So that the peak meeting is feeding into the ESRs directly, and so that's where the plan team would get that information. So the idea behind that is to like try to for the peak meeting is to try to focus in on what things seem to be changing or different, and so it's really helpful because it gives a pretty diverse set of information, and it gets them thinking about it. And as an assessment author, it's useful to me because things are so compressed when we get to this time of year. It's really hard to get an idea of. It's helped us find out where things are changing and different. And I think historically, or well, at least for the Shelikoff, one of the things is where the pollock have shown up within that area has changed over time as well.
The last one, and just because I'm on here, is on the recruitment, that error bar or whatever the uncertainty around that was so large. Is that typical too until we get our next survey and then we're able to shrink that? Or was that unusual also?
Thank you. Yes, that's pretty typical. So when you see those figures in our documents, if it's 1-year-olds from last year, or in other words, a recent recruitment, it'll be quite high. And when you see it when it's 15 years ago, it's not really how many 1-year-olds were there in that year. It's how many 1-year-olds contributed to the population over the lifespan. Why I say that is why we try to use natural mortality estimates that are as best as possible close to the mean value. We all realize that it's not constant over time. And so you could have a year where natural mortality is very high that could affect that year class contribution to the population throughout its life, in addition to fishing. So it's important to consider that. The council knows that pollock are stellar sea lion prey species, and for that reason, they're apportioned by season and area. And the author went through and updated all of the values. There were pretty minor changes in the allocation of the apportionment of ABCs by season and areas, as shown in these two tables. Their complex is also managed spatially by the Eastern Gulf, and that's categorized as Tier 5 by the SSC, and that's just based on the most recent biomass estimate, and that's unchanged from last year since there's no new survey. That'll be updated in 2025. The team recommended the authors, supported the author's recommendation. As noted already, the team recommended looking at the vertical distribution to help improve with perhaps the lack of fit in the bottom trawl survey. Also, the surveys in the winter covered different areas that aren't included in the index, and the plan team thought pursuing how they might be included in the future might be worthwhile. We also noted the Shelikof Strait survey has indices, provides indices of 1- and 2-year-olds that are quite noisy, and just some technical evaluations on those, including age 3 as well, might be worth pursuing. Moving on to Pacific cod, almost the author went through and updated all of the data inputs and made a pretty large number of refinements, but the ABC is almost flat completely from last year, or sorry, this year to next year. This stock assessment also included an ESP. It also had Young of the Year index that was improved, but things were average as noted otherwise. And there was some indication that the natural mortality was consistently above estimates used in the assessment. And for the socioeconomic, as we've already seen, the ex-vessel value has been low for recent years, and price continued to decrease below average. In terms of the assessment, this is a figure we saw similar to what we saw for the Pollock, Gulf of Alaska Pollock, slightly more components since there's more directed types of fisheries that are targeting cod. This assessment's been using for a number of years an environmental covariate that affects the availability of cod to the trawl, to the longline survey. And I think in September, the plan team asked if it be reevaluated, and this environmental index was still indicated to be important in fitting the data shown here. This is the longline survey relative population number. We agreed with the author's recommendation. We had some technical aspects of types of information that are used and how they're used, and suggestion to look at empirical weights at age so that time-varying growth could be better accounted for. This is the figure summarizing the stock status, just noting low relative catch in recent 6 or 8 years, and then the decline in spawning biomass for both the total and the spawning. We think that was related to the heat wave, marine heat wave that we saw during that period. Moving into rockfish species.
we'll pause for a question. Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Iannelli, does the author have any ability with the models they have to sort of give us a sense of how much recruitment it's going to take to really pull the population out of its post-heat wave, marine heat wave slump? I mean, obviously, it's going to take some decent recruitment, but would a single large event do it? Is it going to take some sustained large? Is there any sense of, you know, because it's right now it looks like it's just kind of hanging in overfish status, and that's you know, certainly troubling. I mean, it's recovered enough from the bottom that we can provide some minimal harvest opportunity, but as you pointed out, that harvest opportunity is very different from when the stock was healthy. So I'm just curious about whether there's been any discussion either by the author or at the plan team level about what the events are that might actually lead to recovery.
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Twite. But just to be clear, that being below BMSY doesn't mean you're overfished. It would have to be below half BMSY to be overfished. So, but to answer your question, last year the authors had a presentation showing this period of poor recruitment that you're referring to, and if that's our new world order, we're never going to stay at kind of where we are. We will continue to likely decline given that, because our bar is based on the mean since 1977. So the analysts last year did look at that and presented it, and the teams have had that discussion in the past. It didn't come up so much this year. It's a good question why it didn't, that I remember. Yeah. So that is something that's definitely on our radar in terms of for any of our stocks, you know, is if we're having a period like this without anything looking like the average, that we need to be careful about proceeding. I will say also that the FMP control rule is such that if it stays below these, the harvest rates won't be able to increase. They'll actually decrease. So it will, yeah, it will change. But
Is it the case that the longer we stay in this lowered recruitment phase, the harder it'll be for the population to transition back to one of the earlier phases where larger recruitments were normal? Or is it still the sort of thing that could switch quickly?
thank you, Sir Dwight. It's a good question. A lot of our stocks do respond quite well to, it's very normal to have strong year classes, and just looking at the history here, that it has been, you know, that there's been some big year classes that are several, well, at least double kind of the mean value. For other stocks, you know, Pacific Whiting, Pollock, you know, we see things that are usually big year classes are generally 4 times the mean kind of a characteristic. And yeah, keeping track of the diversity of ages that are in the spawning population, like they're doing for pollock and for sablefish in our system, is something that we always report on. We don't have any hard, fast rules to say we need to change things, but it is something we try to monitor and look at. Moving into the rockfish as a group, it's down slightly, 4% of the 2024 ABCs. POP is always the largest, and then moving into 2025, it still stays pretty similar. now this table's changed. It's just the rockfish categories, the individual stocks that we track on for this region. Northern rockfish was an assessment year. It's up by 5% over this year's ABC, our recommendation. The author goes through and made some figures and documentation of how the historical survey data are used, and the team appreciated that and went with this log normal index. Another change from this year was a updated maturity at age, which is important because all of our conservation measures are geared towards spawning biomass, and if we get this wrong, it can affect how the ABC and the conservation principles of spawning biomass are upheld. But it's a minor change this year, and this just listing all of the changes the authors went through, basically changing the software used, made perfect match between what was used prior to this to the new software, and then we recommended, as did the author, with the 24 with everything updated. Just showing the fit to the index, the bottom trawl survey index here, and then as far as team discussion went, we agreed and didn't see any need to reduce from the maximum permissible ABC for this stock. As far as northern rockfish apportionment of the ABC, the authors in September provided a new approach, which we were interested in seeing come forward. And it ended up making we had a long discussion about this and made some pretty big differences in what the historical apportionment was. And so the author of the software that was used is now on the team. That's the VAST. And he was very helpful in guiding us to move towards status quo until some more research was done on the apportionment. And this occurred for Dusky rockfish as well. And this is the time series of trend for northern rockfish. Moving into Dusky, this one had a decrease in this year's ABC to next year. All the 2023 listed here, the new data that were used, including catch through 2024. And this is just showing the effect of those new pieces of information from the most recent assessment, and the projected spawning biomass shown here with bands of uncertainty. As far as the risk table, the author proposed a level 2 for the assessment related considerations, mainly due to the uncertainty in recruitment, been relatively low recently, and sensitivity of the scaling to the index. And moving into the apportionment of ABC, this was the author's figure, just briefly showing how relatively extreme it was from the historical apportionments, and the new one using this other technique showed some really big changes across regions of the Gulf, particularly Southeast jumped way up, and as did the Western region. So like we did for northern rockfish, we we chose to go with the status quo until more research was done on the apportionment of the ABC. And this is the figure for Dusky rockfish. Moving into other rockfish category, this is where we had to do some shuffling. There were species in the group that ended up being moved into DSRs out of the other rockfish category, and we'll talk about that a bit more when we get to the DSR, but this is in response to the council's request. There was no model changes, or there were no new survey data compared to last year, but the catch history was updated. And then just the details showing how things changed, specifically for OFLs and ABCs. And that's other rockfish. And then this is the new line in our tables for demersal shelf rockfish. So compared to this year's ABC, there was no categorization, but going into 2025, these species will increase the Western Central and West Yakutat ABC, or it'll be in the DSR category and complex. And then Southeast outside will stay the same categorization. And so this is what that looks like in your specifications table. Sarah's put this together and shown that, you know, the 2024, this line didn't exist, and now it will going forward. So just the shuffling of species and how they're managed for Tier 5 and Tier 6 for the different groups. So a large part of the assessment for demersal shelf rockfish is to do with the yellow eye after these changes for the Tier 6 species in the central, western, and west Yakutat regions. We had a new author for this assessment. Caitlin did an incredible job updating the model for yellow eye. We did have a CIE, Center for Independent Expert, review in 2023 for this stock, and they did a great job incorporating the recommendations from that, and that was supported by the SSC as well. They included a nice timeline for yellow eye rockfish survey efforts. As you'll recall, this has had a history of being surveyed by submersibles, either piloted or remotely operated, and running transects in different parts of Southeast Alaska. And that's used for tuning the biomass estimates. Unfortunately, they had a difficulty this year, and the outlook for continuing any transects using submersibles is not looking good for the future. So the model that was fit shown here in blue compared to the last year, and this is tied to based on the recommendations from the CIE and the implementation by the authors. So that's a big jump increase. And then the author recommendation based on the CIE review was to relook at the natural mortality, which affects the Tier 5 calculations. And that made for a very big increase in OFLs and ABCs from a biomass increase from 17.5 to almost 25,000 tons. And on top of that, with the increase in natural mortality, it went from 350 tons to over 1,000 tons. So that was a big increase. So we had a lot of discussion about that. We also had some recommendations for how they did the standardization for the IPHC data. It's basically looking at hook saturation. And it's what the IPHC does as well. So just wanted to recommend that they continue to work on that, although there's some concern that the survey or the data will become less available in the future. And then we talked a lot about the natural mortality rate, and due to the uncertainty, the authors recommended a 20% reduction in the maximum ABC because of some of the concerns, but we were unclear on how the new natural mortality rate was derived, so we recommended sticking with that and having no reduction with the maximum ABC. So that was a change, and just recommended that continue.
I think we have a question, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. That was going to be my question, is what information drove the change in natural mortality rate? And so was that, you said that was a question of the plan team itself. Have you received an answer to that question, or is that still outstanding?
Thanks to the chair, Ms. Kimball. The natural mortality rate was following the recommendations from the CIE. The exact method that they used, I know we recommended looking at some other way. Basically, it's called a meta-analysis that distills all of the information that's available for yellow eye rockfish, longevity, comparison with other species, and that type of thing. And we were unclear that it's been fully vetted. As it turns out, she did use the technique and software that the plan team recommended to her, and it came out to be almost the same answer. So as not 0.2, but closer to 0.044. So yeah, we expect that this will be revised in next year.
Thank you. And so you could have felt comfortable going with the initial, but you didn't have that information when you made the plan team decisions. So now we're at a reduced, more conservative OFL, and next year we'd expect it to increase. Thank you.
Thanks. Continuing on, the last one we'll talk about is Thornyhead rockfish, for the FMP species, down 18%. This is a tier 5 complex that's modeled with a survey smoother. There was some new data and some slight modification in the assessment methodology based on SSC and plan team recommendations. So just showing the 2024 catch relative to the ABC. So very low relative to recent history. And as far as the technical change in the modeling, this is just showing the previous assessment value in yellow and the new recommended and accepted one in the dark color. And this just shows the difference in the changes. Don't need to go into much detail on this, but that's how it affected some of the results. And this is showing the final ABC and biomass estimates going forward for Thornyhead rockfish. They stuck with the apportionment of the ABC as we've done in the past, and the percentage change was slightly different across the regions. The author also examined stock structure potential. It's like if there's evidence for specific regions that have reproducing stock specific, but there was no evidence based on genetic differentiation. Growth seemed to be similar, and where the densities occur in the survey seem consistent with the fishery. So the plan team agreed with the author's recommendation, but made note of the decrease in the survey values from a longline survey in all 3 regions. There some concern, and this occurred also in the Bering Sea, of a declining trend, but it doesn't seem to be related to fishery effects. And that concludes the FMP section that were in detail, and I think Sarah's got the rest.
Looks like we have a question for you before we move on. Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. My apologies for being so slow. In the DSRs, and maybe I'm just getting this completely wrong, am I reading that right? By doubling natural mortality rate, we somehow end up with a much higher OFL. So fish are dying at a faster rate in one model, yet that model projects a higher OFL. Can you just simply walk me through how that works?
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Sakata. I think you need to think of the natural mortality rate as having higher turnover. They're to maintain the population. They're going to grow and die, and the trade-off is if you imagine something that lives a long time and doesn't die at a very high rate, then there's a need to keep conserve those so they make it to the spawning time. So these are, first of all, these are what we call proxies. So it's not like a direct. It's a kind of a rule of thumb that the OFL, which is a proxy for FMSY, fishing at FMSY, and it's been shown through simulations that it's a reasonable approximation for FMSY. So it's just getting the maximum yield out of the stock. And so if the populations, if they're going to die sooner, which is what the higher M means, then on average, you need to take them sooner. And that's why the rate goes up, the fishing mortality rate increases. Sorry, not a very good explanation.
No, thank you. That's helpful.
I think we're ready to move on. Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair. So just a few more slides here. First on what we now call catch reports. Usually, or previously, the stocks that would fall in this category didn't have any information coming to you out of the plan team or this presentation. And so now with the catch reports, it's a very simple report just showing the recent OFLs, ABCs, tax, and then catch updated through, I believe now it's through November 1st in these slides. And so for these stocks, the recommendations are just to roll over the most recent year's recommendations for OFLs and ABCs. So these are the plan team. These would be the plan team recommendations. These would be the same for 2025 and 2026 as there's no new information on these stocks. The last category of stock assessment documents that we have in our full safe report are these harvest projections, which, as you recall, used to be called partial assessments. So as you heard in October, the plan team reviewed these at their September meeting so that we could try to create a little bit more efficiency in our process, as these are fairly straightforward. And the October council motion for proposed specifications did not include these, but these will be included. The updated numbers for these from the October meeting will be included in your final harvest specifications for 2025 and 2026. So the updated numbers are what is shown in table 1, which is on the next slide. So these are the full plan team recommendations, this slide and the following slide, for OFLs and ABCs for 2025 and 2026. And the ABC, as we typically do, the ABC available for the area-specific federal Pollock TAC is first reduced by 2.5%, and that's to provide for the Prince William Sound GHL. And so the ABC, the TAC, and GHL in that Pollock row reflect that accommodation. And so if essentially this means if the council were to set their tax equal to what the plan team recommended as their ABC, then these would be the resulting numbers. For sablefish, we had one clarification to make. So in recognition of the prohibition against trawl gear in the southeast outside area, NMFS specifies an incidental catch for an incidental catch allocation of 5% of the combined eastern area, and that sablefish TAC goes to trawl gear in the western area. And so the remainder of that western sablefish TAC is allocated to vessels using fixed gear. And this is nothing new. We just wanted to clarify that the numbers that the plan team has taken out of the assessment had already accounted for this adjustment in the ABC apportionments, and this should really be done at the TAC level per regulations, as it's really a gear adjustment. So that will be reflected in the final rule, and not in these tables. And the SSC and AP recommendations have accounted for that change to include the pre-adjusted numbers. I'll also note, as you'll hear in the SSC report, that the SSC reduced, and you heard yesterday, the SSC reduced the sablefish ABC by 5%. So these numbers do not reflect that change either. On this slide, as Dr. Iannelli spoke to, we've added a row for the new Western, Central, and West Yakutat DSR, OFL, and ABC. And while we are on this table, as you recall from October, or you might recall from October, we brought forward a paper on spatial management of 3 different rockfish stocks. And while the council didn't take any action on changing the spatial apportionments for shortraker, rough-eye black-spotted, or thornyheads due to the consideration of needing a TAC for the Central Gulf Rockfish program, the council at the time, you had expressed interest in trying to find some other verbiage for what we refer to as the spatial apportionment of ABC, since it's rather confusing, particularly in our tables. It looks like it is an ABC, as it's under, those apportionments are under the ABC column. And as we have gone back as staff, we've had a discussion that trying to clarify and work on some options for how we might address that in these tables, and as well as in the tables in the SAFE documents, so it's more clear that that's not really a true ABC. And you'll hear about this same issue in your SSC report. It's helpful, and we would recommend that the council provide more clarity in order for us to show what is meant by these apportionments. It would be helpful if the council clarified what these apportionments really mean and what they are, and what types of information should be included in those apportionments, because these conversations have continued to come up mainly in regards to rockfish species at the plan team and SSC discussions, that those bodies are having trouble trying to balance the biological requirements, what level of biological information they should consider in those apportionments versus socioeconomic information and fishery impacts. Because there's no direction on that type of information that should be considered in apportionment and by which council body, staff recommend making this clarification in the FMP, because there's nothing else in the FMP or regulations that describe this better for our council advisory bodies. The other piece of this is it would be helpful for, I think, the plan teams and the SSC to confirm whether or not the council intends to apply its current ABC and tax setting policy to the SSC's apportionment of ABC. I think in the past, we have gone with the assumption that the ABC setting policy, meaning that SSC does not consider any socioeconomic information in the setting of that ABC, we've assumed that that does not apply to our apportionments, but it would be helpful to get some more guidance on that, because that would mean that if that weren't the case, the SSC should not be considering testimony about the impacts to fisheries, socioeconomic impacts to fisheries of those particular apportionment schemes. That should not be influencing SSC decision-making if the apportionments are meant to be strictly biological. So we've been having these conversations, and you'll hear, I believe, hear about it in your SSC report, but I wanted to, before we get to the last few tables of this slide, just bring that to your attention so that we can either have a discussion about it or flag it for your SSC.
Mr. Witherell?
Thank you. Ms. Cleaver, would it be helpful for the council if the plan team in their tables, specifications tables here, showed a new column that showed what those maximum species subarea catch values were? So there was a differentiation between what is a real ABC versus a area catch limit.
Through the chair, Mr. Witherall, I think the clarity needs to come from what would be included, what would be the differentiation between that and what we currently have as our ABC apportionment table, or our ABC apportionment row, which is the same as our ABC row, and the TAC. Because right now, we're in a situation where the plan teams and the SSC know that socioeconomic considerations, they shouldn't be taking those into account for apportionments if there's some type of conservation concern. Obviously, that's the kind of the first and foremost piece of this information. If there's a conservation concern with a new approach to apportionment, the SSC is not going to be recommending that. But beyond that, it's not clear when the plan team or the SSC receives public testimony, as they did last October, or excuse me, last December, where that information should be used and how. And so I think if you wanted a column strictly based on biology or methodology of the apportionment, we could certainly add that here. It just needs to be clarified on specifically what types of information should be included within that column.
Thanks, and thanks, Sarah, for that. And in the margins, we've been talking about providing an ABC, I shouldn't say ABC, an apportionment range, which would give the flexibility to set the TAC specific. And the apportionment range would be perhaps what would be considered biologically reasonable. So to reiterate, the reason we've always apportioned ABCs was to mitigate against localized depletion and having really unknown stock structure characteristics. And so that is an added level of precaution that we've used in historically calling them ABCs, but it's really apportionment of the historical ABCs. Thanks.
And Ms. Kimball.
I won't belabor it too much because I think you noted we need to have a discussion with the SSC about it, and it's in their minutes. But it feels like there's a couple different issues in here, and one is clarity and communication for the public on when we have a true ABC and when we don't. And these are questions because I'm looking for your confirmation. And then whose job it is to apportion among areas if it is not a true ABC. Is it the council's job because they can take into account the management implications or socioeconomic information? Or does it remain with the SSC where they get confused about whether they should include that kind of information or management implications when they're used to only working on the biological information? So I feel like I'm trying to parse out the kind of these two different things, a communication issue that you want us to outline and detail in the FMP, what a true ABC is and what it's not. And then who's responsible for apportionment when there's no conservation concern. And we're really, as Dr. Iannelli said, apportioning based on biomass in the survey and because we want to prevent localized depletion, to be very, very precautionary. So are there more than those two issues, or did that cover it?
Through the chair. So the first issue certainly I think is a communication and clarity issue that we can be creative on how we want to handle that. And I think it's a little bit more cut and dry. The second issue, I think there's a little bit of nuance also in terms of where if we're thinking about apportionments or rockfish species across the Gulf, and the idea behind spreading out catch is to be precautionary and prevent localized depletion. So to some extent, we do want to have these sub-area maximum catches. I think there's still a little bit of room at that level, which is a policy call of how precautionary the SSC wants to be when they think about conservation concerns. So do they have a conservation concern with moving to a Gulf-wide ABC, or not a Gulf-wide ABC, excuse me, a Gulf-wide ABC and no apportionments? Do they have a concern with having absolutely, no way to spread out catch? Because even if we don't have apportionment of ABC, the council could still have sub-area tax. And so I think as we've thought through this process, there are a few other nuances that are kind of captured in your second question, but that will take some time to be thinking through. Because I've seen in our plan team discussions and our SSC discussions that even trying to understand what a conservation concern means, it takes some level of consensus, and obviously everyone's risk tolerance is different. And so that is when we look to our SSC to bring us that recommendation. But providing very clear guidelines to our plan team and our SSC on exactly what they should be considering and how that information gets to them. I believe you heard in the SSC report yesterday about how they are working to figure out how to consider socioeconomic information to give to you all in your tax setting process. There's those two pieces of process, and then also a timing issue. Because oftentimes, in order to get the right information for the SSC to make their decisions, it often just happens within the same meeting. And so being able to have, while it's not completely clear the way that the SSC should be setting apportionments, until we kind of have more clarity on that, we still have this timing issue on trying to figure out, I think last year to this year, using that spatial management policy as a tool to bring a discussion paper forward that then described the fishery impacts of any potential changes to apportionment. That was a great tool, but it did take a year. So there's the communication issue, and then process-wise, what types of information, which bodies consider it, and how does it get to those bodies, and what is the timing of that? So there's several different kind of moving pieces of all of this.
Thank you. I think we can continue the discussion with the SSC. I do hope if there's an issue with what sounds like more of a housekeeping amendment to describe what a true ABC is, what an ACL is, what sub-area apportionments mean if they're not a true ABC, that could be brought forward to the council so we can update the FMP to be more clear. That seems pretty straightforward to me, but the latter is not straightforward, and we can continue to deal with that.
Okay, let's see. I think we are, with that discussion, ready for these last few slides. These are part of your additional tables document that's on your e-agenda, and these are what the council typically includes in the council motion, and they were included in, or some version of these tables were included in your AP motion. These are, table 2 is the area apportionments for the 2025 and 2026 adjusted amounts of PCOD that's available for the federal TAC after the ABC adjustment for the state GHLs. And I'll note that on this slide, we did have one rounding error, as well as in the table's document attached to your action memo under the federal TAC for 2026. So that should say 22,235 if the council were to go with the plan team recommendations for Pacific cod. And on the next slide is table 3. So these are your halibut PSC limits. In the Gulf, these limits apply to trawl vessels and fixed gear vessels, vessels fishing with hook and line gear. And that's specific to species other than IFQ sablefish. And so those halibut PSC limits are allocated by season as shown in this table. And then on the next slide, the trawl fisheries, the halibut PSC caught in the trawl fisheries is further broken down, further apportioned among what is described in regulation as the shallow water and deep water species complexes, those complex fisheries. And that is also a little bit confusing that those fisheries include several different species beyond just what we call our shallow water flatfish complex. So there's in the shallow water species fishery, that's really our pollock, peacod, shallow water flatfish, flathead sole, atka mackerel, sharks, and octopus. And then the deep water species is sablefish, rockfish, deep water flatfish, rex sole, and arrowtooth flounder. And the purpose of these apportionments is to maintain groundfish harvest while trying to minimize halibut bycatch in the trawl fisheries. Then the halibut PSC limit for hook and line gear is divided by the catcher processors and catcher vessels. This is according to a formula that is described in regulation or prescribed in regulation. And based on this formula, if TAC were set equal to the plan team recommendations, plan team's ABC recommendations, the hook and line catcher vessel sector would fish under the 149 metric ton halibut PSC limit as shown on the slide. And then the hook and line CP sector would fish under a 107 metric ton PSC limit for 2025 and 2026. And then the DSR fishery, which is separate from these, for that fishery, the halibut PSC limit would be 9 metric tons. Lastly are the halibut discard mortality rates. This is in table 6, and these the council saw in October. The plan team reviewed these and the SSC reviewed these as part of the September plan team and October SSC meetings. And so these are not new numbers for you, but we include them as part of the final harvest specifications as well. And I believe that is it. So that's the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cleaver and Dr. Iannelli. See if there are any final questions. Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much. We're ready to transition to our SSC reports, and following that, we'll go on to our AP report. And just a notice to the public that if you're wishing to testify on C2, please do sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the council. My name is Sherry Dressel, SSC co-chair, and I'm here to give the report on Gulf of Alaska specifications. This presentation also includes crab, but my plan is to give that separately. I won't go into that. And that is separately after we get the report. So the first item that we have on here is actually in our general comment section, which is in the middle or before both the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska in the report. So I even knew what page it was on. I think it's on 9 or 10 if you wish to see the text. So like Ms. Cleaver said, we had an extensive discussion of spatial management, but I wanted to give a tiny bit of context on how we got there. And that is, this actually came up in the discussion of Dusky Rockfish. But what you'll notice is when I come to you with the report for Dusky Rockfish, we're not coming to you with any spatial management concerns. So, and the reason for that is like Dr. Iannelli described, because for both Dusky and Northern, the authors and the plan teams and the SSC have all been looking at a new way of doing apportionment with the VAST model that is more, it's possibly more consistent with the actual model itself. So it's once details are worked out, it could be a scientific method that we would move to. Depending on how that method does, it could constrain fisheries. And so if that comes forward, say that's worked out by next year, you may hear us from the SSC come to the council and ask, again, is this something we should raise during the spatial management policy like we did for short raker last year? How do we go about this? That is how we went into our rabbit hole of, like Ms. Cleaver said, roles, timing, process. So the SSC summary in our report, we tried to make sense of our discussion so it doesn't cover the broad range that Ms. Cleaver did, and I'm glad for that. So if there are questions, you can let me know. So to take a step back, so the sub-area ABCs, like you just talked about, they're different than the actual ABC that is specified in the Magnuson Act and the National Standard 1. And overall, ABCs are equal to the annual catch limit, which is what you as the council work with. The sub-area ABCs, we do have a terminology confusion. Those are what Dr. Iannelli and Ms. Cleaver described as apportionments of the ABC. That's a bit clearer. So, but you'll see in mine, the sub-area ABCs are the same thing as the apportionment of ABC that you just heard about. So currently, the authors plan team SSC use biology to describe apportionment. So how is the population apportioned, and therefore what are reasonable limits to apportion the ABC as well. They are used, and they are an effective and important tool to prevent localized depletion and to maintain spatial population structure. However, there are cases where if a stock does not have a great deal of spatial structure and there is movement, say, between areas, then moderate adjustments to spatial allocations won't pose a significant conservation risk. And so, but at the same time, the authors, plan team, and SSC need to give you a number, a specific number. And so, the SSC has used, and the council, has used different approaches in the past aimed to provide sort of greater flexibility, essentially for the council, but in setting sub-area ABCs, spatial apportionment of ABCs and spatial apportionment of tax when there wasn't an imminent conservation concern. So there's kind of two categories. If we know structure and there's a conservation concern, the number that we give from the SSC we're pretty clear on. If there is not an imminent conservation concern, that's where through the spatial management policy and other things, we're trying to give notice to the council that there might be flexibility. So the SSC has done that in a couple different ways, and I think that the most recent examples are from December last year. There were two sort of approaches. The first one was we came to you not knowing whether having a lack of conservation concern fit under the spatial management policy, but we sort of applied that. Well, we did apply that. We delayed making scientific recommendations for changing a scientific method for the apportionment of the ABC. We delayed that and then came to the council so that we could provide the time, and so the council had the opportunity to change the spatial apportionments if that's what they chose. And that was for Gulf of Alaska shortraker. The other thing that came up last year was that the plan team and the SSC recommended combining a couple of sub areas in the Gulf for GOA other rockfish. And that was something that the council also took action on last year. So there are ways to do this, but it's a little bit unclear. I will say the SSC does sometimes struggle with a spatial management policy, knowing whether we're interpreting and taking action correctly. And assuming we do use the approach that's helpful for the council directly, these approaches do take additional time and resources. So the council tasked a discussion paper. Certainly that takes more time and resources. So the SSC, part of why we went down the rabbit hole in this meeting was trying to categorize and discuss potential approaches where we can develop biologically based apportionments of the ABC, but that can be implemented within an assessment cycle, and while minimizing constraints on fisheries. And so the SSC did feel very strongly, like Ms. Cleaver described, my understanding is that in regulations and in the FMPs, the distinction of roles for apportionments is not terribly clear. However, I will say that the SSC felt very strongly that our expertise and our role is to describe the biology and the distribution of the population and leave the fishery socioeconomic conditions to the council, just as we do for OFLs and ABCs. So this is an example of an approach that sort of keeps those roles. And one approach, the SSC could set biologically based sub-area, we're calling it sub-area limits. We don't have a name for that right now. But they give the council greater flexibility to allocate the TAC apportion the TAC. And one example is, and so right now these sub-area limits, they really are these sub-area ABCs. They're what you see in the spec table, but they're part of what you see in the specifications table. But one example is that these sub-area limits or sub-area ABCs could collectively exceed 100% of the total ABC. So in that spec table, you would have breakdowns of the ABC that actually don't add up to the total line that you have. And the goal of that is, well, and so if we did that, then the council, we felt it important that the council would ensure that their TAC allocations remain within the overall ABC and remain with whatever limit we have in the different sub areas. It was one concept of a way to do this. And we actually, so that was the example. In this case, these sub-area limits or sub-area ABCs would be informed by the best available science, including stock structure and risks of a local depletion, while offering the flexibility in the apportionment of TAC among sub-areas. And these are for species where we don't have imminent conservation concern. So the SSC did note that there are relatively straightforward methods that could be used to specify appropriate sub-area limits. And these can be developed using existing data and models. So this is possible. We also say, though, that methods would best be developed and thought through by the authors, the plan team, and the SSC. And different methods, it would be probably best to compare different methods for doing that, or at least brainstorm beyond what the SSC has done in this meeting. So the SSC seeks guidance from the council on whether it wishes to pursue this approach or consider other options in general for enhancing flexibility in the apportionment of these sub-area ABCs. I'm glad to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. So I'm trying to envision, Dr. Dressel, what that approach would look like, and with the context of trying to not further confuse the public or the council. Does that look like what Dr. Yanelli was saying? You would put a range in that column for each of those sub-area apportionments such that the council could pick something within that range as long as the true ABC wasn't exceeded? Is that the approach?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, it's extremely similar to that approach. So what we've described is, so the range that Dr. Iannelli suggested, the limit that I'm talking about would be the upper end of that range. What the SSC didn't talk about is so that if you have, say, I'm going to use an imaginary fish species, but a fish species, and there are two areas, and right now the best biological information is to put 50% of the ABC in one area and 50% in the other. If we came up with a range, you could come up with, that Dr. Iannelli said, each one of those could range from 25 to 75%, something like that. And so if one of them was 75, the other would have to be 25, they'd add up to 100. What the SSC did is we didn't talk about these lower ranges. We just said that the limit would be 75 for either one. But if it has to add up to 100, you're going to get some of that. So it's very similar, but it's not identical.
Thank you. And I'm trying to think about how that kind of upper limit would be determined if the SSC is still only using biologically based information, which is essentially the survey information, or moving to the VAST model. You're still ending up with kind of a number or an average or based on biomass apportioned across the full area. And so is there another opportunity maybe to consider, whereas the SSC still sets the true overall ABC, provides the council in the table with those sub-area apportionments, which are not true ABC, and is able to highlight in which cases those have some flexibility, so that in tax setting, the council knows there's some flexibility there and the public's aware that there's some flexibility to move those around. If there was concerns about big movement, I would assume the SSC or the plan team could provide that in their minutes. I'm just trying to think through some other approaches. And did the SSC have a chance to consider something like that, where the communication in the table is pretty clear that there's some flexibility there because those are not true ABCs?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, this was a big part of the conversation, and I think part of this is process. So currently, I think if the SSC understands that if there's not imminent conservation concern, that applies with the spatial management policy, then I think that what we're doing currently is very similar to that. So in other words, it comes through the SSC, we would divide it up into these sub areas like we do, give a specific number exactly like it's in our table right now. However, actually, it's not exactly what we do. But if we did what you're saying, specify it, come to the council, that's a chance for the council and the SSC to sort of, you can ask us, what you did last year, what's your level of conservation concern for these? We can give you that information. The struggle is that we don't know the rules for apportionment right now. So if we set numbers, so in other words, if last year for short raker, we had applied this new method, we had come to you with new numbers, knowing that one of those would, the sub-area ABC in the Gulf would constrain fisheries. What we don't know is What can the council do with that? Can you change these biologically based apportionments so that your tax stays under the ABC, but you don't have to go with our ABC? Can you set a TAC above our sub-area apportionment? And we just don't know that answer. And we definitely had feelings about where our expertise should be, but the struggle was we actually have to delay action somehow, and we felt delay action somehow through the spatial management policy to give the flexibility. And so the part of the problem is that our process, the council process, where we have to make a decision before the council makes a decision, that is a problem that we saw was a problem. So that the only way to get that interaction when it's at the science management interface would be to sort of delay action at the SSE and know when we need to, and go to the council so that there can be that discussion within our process.
Thank you. And I think as follow-up that maybe we need, clear guidance from NOAA GC. I was in the future, because I was assuming that under the whole discussion, under the staff presentation, that we could set a TAC higher than your sub-area apportionment for an area if it wasn't a true ABC. I thought that's what we were getting at, but we want to be clear about our ability to do that and what information is being used. So if that's not clear under Magnuson, then we have the responsibility to figure that out and then outline it in our FMP. I don't think we found it through these approaches something that's less confusing, but I feel like we're making progress in that direction to solve it. And I completely understand the interface that you're working through, and the pause that happens is because of our spatial management policy to have the SSC take a pause if there's not a conservation concern before they create a management concern. And so I do appreciate the policy at least working in that respect where we're having this conversation. Anyway, I hope that we can find an approach that works for the SSC so you don't have to spend a lot of time on this, but I don't think we're there right this second. And maybe NOAA GC has a comment, but maybe this is a future conversation on our ability to set a TAC higher than a sub-area apportionment that is not a true ABC.
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. This is something that NOAA GC has previously discussed with council and NIM staff, and thought a bit through this issue. So, as we've talked about, and it's hopefully becoming more and more clear, ABC and ACL are set at the stock or stock complex level. And in the FMPs, the council is set ACL equal to ABC. So the council, consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act, cannot recommend a catch limit that exceeds the ABC, but that is at that stock or stock complex level. Under this current structure, the council would have some latitude, therefore, to specify a sub-area ABC to specify a sub-area TAC up to the ABC at the stock or stock complex level. Whether the council can recommend, though, that a sub-area TAC exceed the apportionment of ABC for that sub-area, I think will often be a stock-specific and fact-dependent inquiry, and a lot of it will depend on the SSC's basis for that apportionment of ABC. In practice, how the process has been working is that the author develops the apportionment methodology that's reviewed by the plan team and SSC. The SSC then makes recommendations for apportionments of ABC across sub-areas. When that recommendation is based on conservation or biological concerns, that would be scientific advice from the SSC that the MSA expressly tasks the SSC with making. And then when NIMS is implementing those sub-area TACs through the harvest specifications process, we would have to analyze whether the TACs and sub-area ABCs or apportionment of ABCs are consistent with the national standards, including National Standard 2. So I think, Like I said, I think it would be a fact-specific, stock-dependent inquiry and informed by the basis for the SSC's recommendations, and in particular, whether the SSC's recommendations for the apportionment of ABC across those subareas is informed by biological constraints, concerns over genetic stock structure, other similar scientific or biological bases.
Thank you for that. And so then in that case, aside from that sounding like another process for NOAA to go through to make sure that we were setting a TAC in the appropriate way, the SSC minutes would need to reflect whether that subarea apportionment was hard and fast due to a concern or stock structure. It would need to be very clear in each case whether that was the case or whether there was a lot of flexibility because there was a lack of stock structure or a lack of concern, and the apportionment is just based on survey biomass.
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Kimball, I believe you're correct. That level of clarity in the SSC minutes would be very helpful.
Yes, Dr. Dressel.
Through the chair, so this is actually a little bit of a follow-up to both comments, but Ms. Kimball's comments. I think that the two considerations that I would say that the SSC discussed at this meeting, which is just sort of just so the council knows the questions that the SSC had in general at this meeting. I think that we talked about using the spatial management policy of when to delay. I think there's confusion. I think there's confusion among the SSC on when that applies. So there's a risk of us missing that, I think. And I'm not certain how to get that clarity, but I know that there is some confusion there. The second thing was you had mentioned, whether tax can be over the ABCs. At least for this meeting, the information that the SSC received was we did not receive an answer on that one. So we didn't know that when we had our discussion. The information that we did receive was that it was within the SSC's role to incorporate social and economic concerns and fishery concerns into our setting of the subarea ABCs. And the SSC was very concerned that that wasn't within not only our area of expertise, it's within the councils, but also the way our process is set up, that we don't get the information we get some public testimony, but that's about what we get. So process-wise, that was a bit of a concern. And the other thing I think is what Ms. Watson described. The thing that we don't get if we set subarea ABCs the way we currently do and come to the council through the spatial management policy is that trying to describe exactly that how much conservation concern there is was part of our discussion. So in other words, for some species, the SSC may recommend that you hold exactly at that subarea ABC level. For other ones, there may be some flexibility, but the key is that it's important from a biological standpoint. There still may be an upper limit to how much catch can be taken. And so how much flexibility is difficult to describe in the process if it's coming through the two SSC chairs. And so we were trying to come up with a method where the authors plan team, SSC in general, could come up and give you that uncertainty, which is sort of, or how much conservation concern there is. We don't know whether our method is possible, but that was the goal. And then, and so that I think those were the pieces that related to our conversation.
Thank you. And Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation and report here and for elevating this conversation. I think it's important. I also want to thank Ms. Watson for her response there. It was really helpful for me. You're answering a lot of the questions I have as you go through this, but one I'm thinking of this kind of like a loop, I guess. if we move forward with this scheme, this hypothetical plan, and we do add flexibility into sub-area ABCs, in a stock where we already have some scientific uncertainty, I guess, in setting attack, and maybe we don't have the best biological information on, say, something like spatial, like stock production, and we don't have that spatially resolved. By adding flexibility to sub-area ABCs at the council level, are we adding more scientific uncertainty in setting the ABCs when we have flexibility in how we set the tax at the council level? I guess that's my question. Like with more increased flexibility, does that add more and more scientific uncertainty for you?
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, in the way that I'm thinking about it, no. I think that the flexibility I think if the SSC is to determine what flexibility there is, I don't think it creates more uncertainty for us. It may be difficulty in how well we can describe that flexibility, but I don't think it adds flexibility. And then, I'm sorry, it doesn't add uncertainty. It's just sometimes difficult to do. But frankly, coming up with a model estimate of population size is also difficult to do. As far as the flexibility that the council takes, I don't think that affects the uncertainty for us. That would come back into play that once the catch is taken, it would come back into our models as the catch itself. So I don't think so in that way, if I'm understanding your question.
I think you understood, and I think you answered it well. Thank you.
So the rest of the presentation is on the Gulf of Alaska harvest specifications. So we received 5 full, 2 update assessments, harvest projections, and that we did in October, and then information on the catch reports. As Dr. Yalen and Nellie described, no stocks were subject to overfishing. For tier 1 to tier 3 stocks, none were overfished or approaching an overfished state. And also, like Dr. Yanelli said, the SSC recommended harvest specifications for the Gulf did not differ from the Groundfish plan team recommendations. So in thinking of how to do this presentation, again, I think that I would run through each stock, but what I'm going to concentrate on would actually be the issues that came up under each stock that may be of interest to the council or that may require council consideration now or in the future. So it's so I'm going to go pretty quickly, and any questions I'm glad to take. So for walleye pollock, you've already got information on the assessment, the models. We agreed with the authors and plan team on the model, tier 3A, tier 5, and the SEO. We agreed with OFL ABC for those, and also the apportionment. We did receive a Pollock ESP, and I think that there are things in here that relate to your climate discussions and ecosystem-based fisheries management. And so I'm going to mention a few of those. The information from the ESP was that for Pollock, they were above average the ecosystem condition and below average socioeconomic conditions. One of the things due to the possible cessation of the acoustic survey in the Gulf, one of the things that came out of that survey was an Euphausid index, a plankton index. And that plankton index provides information on what food there is for pollock. And so assuming that that survey will stop, the SSC recommended that different approaches be looked at to see if there's another way that we could come up with that UFOUSIT index. The second thing was, and Dr. Iannelli covered it, there's a approach called, I can't even think of what the acronym is, DSEM, but it is, there's a new method coming forward and it may allow us to do short-term forecasting with these indicators, which would be really, that would be helpful for the forecasting that we do in models and for management. And the last one was the SSC made a specific recommendation due to the recent trawl closure in the Gulf of Alaska. It was related to that, and to see whether there could be a Chinook salmon indicator from an ecosystem context.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Dressel, I meant to dive into the actual minutes and I didn't get a chance to do that. And as a result, I may just be asking you to describe some more what's in your minutes, but what does the SSC think a Chinook salmon indicator from an ecosystem context would look like?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, the SSC minutes actually did not go into that. And I don't believe that we did not have an extensive discussion on that or anything that I could give the council any more information other than we're looking for ideas that others can have as far as what an indicator might be. The second stock was Pacific cod. And I believe that as far as the model, tier, and everything else that's on here, you received that from Dr. Iannelli. We agreed with tier 3, the OFL, the ABC, no reduction from max ABC, and the area apportionments. We also received an ESP for Pacific cod. And one of the indicators that was added this year was an age 1 natural mortality from the Seattle model, which is the Seattle model can be that multi-species model. And that's the same model that I mentioned in yesterday for BSAI specs. And so this is just another way that model is being used. And that was exciting to see. There was another one so as part of the council's approach to try to figure out a plan for where the socioeconomic information goes and in what document, and especially looking at the ESPs. One of the things that the SSC requested in the ESPs is that there be a clear delineation in the ESP, what of those indicators and information should be used for ABC setting, the stock side for the SSC, and what indicators and information were to inform the council for tax setting. That was done in this, and we really appreciated that. The other one was the SSC recommended that indicators be looked for to possibly help explain what the downward trend in the current indicators for Pacific cod, what's causing that, and how those, actually it's not what's causing that, it's how those decreasing socioeconomic indicators affect fisheries and fishing communities, as that would be something that we expect the council might be interested in if there's an aspect of this that would relate to tax. And that was our effort to try to focus in on that for the council. So for the next two, there's Northern Rockfish and Dusky Rockfish. There was an extensive amount of work that were done on these models, and that was described by Dr. Iannelli. And so this is a scientific work, and the fact that the SSC agreed with the Groundfish plan team for essentially for harvest specifications and everything that led up to that. And also the area apportionments. For Dusky Rockfish, it's the same. This is information on the model, the stock, and the recommendations, and we agreed with the Groundfish plan team for all of those. The last bullet on here is what Dr. Iannelli described, that currently for Dusky Rockfish, that there's that scientific exploration that's being done, but currently their recommendation and ours was to stick with the area apportionments that have been used historically. This is the area where we led into the spatial management discussion in case that changes in the future. For other rockfish, the key really on this one was described by Dr. Iannelli, and that's that this came as a full assessment this year because of the split of the other rockfish species and then DSR species, which this is the first year of. And so there was a desire to have both of those assessments in front of the plan team and the SSC. We agreed with the author and plan team on the model and the specifications for this. The one thing on this is, since these are, so other rockfish and DSR, those are the two that were split out. They're both on biennial schedules, and they have been on alternating schedules. So this year they had the full assessments for both this year for our sake. The question is, what do you do next year? Do you do biennial then and have them always on the same schedule, or do you have them alternating again? And that will be an agency decision. But the SSC gave a recommendation that going back to the other cycle, so having a full again next year so that they alternate, that would be the SSC recommendation. However, since it's an agency decision, we also noted that the SSC doesn't have a conservation concern if the agency would wish to go back to an alternating schedule and does not have a full assessment next year. They wait essentially next year would be 25, 26, 27. So if there's another 2 years where it's off before a full assessment, the SSC didn't expect there would be a conservation concern with that. For demersal shelf rockfish, what we had was very similar to what you already heard. There was a lot of work done on this. And ultimately, at this meeting, the SSC agrees with the Gulf Plan team for what to do with harvest specifications this year. Like the plan team, the SSC really appreciated this new author's work to incorporate the CIE review and those changes for DSR. Like the plan team, we note that those changes make a big difference in the OFL and the ABC. And so one of the things that the SSC asked for was, with those big changes, some of the intermediate steps weren't shown this year. And so the SSC asked that the author go back and divide up the steps so we see the stepwise implications of each part of that when it comes forward next year. And next year should be a full assessment for the species. Thornyheads, same thing. We agreed on all of the model and specifications with the Gulf Plan team. I think that the one piece that I would tie in possibly for the council is that I mentioned in the Bering Sea, in the other rockfish complex for the Bering Sea, the catch was over to the ABC this year. And I mentioned that that was due to the catch of thornyheads, and also mentioned that there was a survey decline in both the Bering Sea and the Gulf. So the Thornyhead complex is where that comes into play. So we noted that there is a decline in biomass in the recent years. The catch, however, has been considerably below the ABC. So this is not, even though there was a decline in the population, this wasn't a conservation concern from the specification standpoint, but it does indicate a change in this stock and the biology of the stock and what's happening with the population dynamics. And so the SSC recommended bringing forward, if there is a I have to think about this for a second. If there is especially if there's a long line survey, but if there is any survey information next year, depending on what's decided by the agency, the SSC recommended bringing that survey information forward in September to the Groundfish plan team so that we can hopefully get a better evaluation of what type of what's going on with this stock. And that's what I have for the SSC report.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Are there any remaining questions on the SSC report? Yes, Mr. Blahabdi.
Thank you. On the socioeconomic side of things, I appreciate that raising that issue. And in the SSC this week, there was a whole section on, I'm reading it here, social and economic information available to support groundfish tax setting. Is that where the debate came up in that section? Is that new to the agenda for this week, or is that common to have that on your agenda in SSC?
Through the chair, Mr. Blihovity. Boy, the agenda item, that C1, C2 paper, that was new. The piece that's not new is that it's always been part of the council's purview to consider that information in tax setting. What is new is the and it's part of the SSC's role also to recommend to the council whether or not the information they have in front of them is the best available science for them to make tax decisions. The piece that's different and that came from a couple of the council motions is this effort to try to figure out where the information is, make it clear where it is, make it smooth so that that can be considered by the council as well as evaluated by the SSC. That's the piece that's new.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Dr. Dressel.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to move on to our AP reports. And just a last reminder to any members of the public, please sign up for testimony if you are desiring to testify in C2 before the end of the AP report. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Heather Mann. I'm one of the co-vice chairs on the advisory panel, and I will be providing the motion on C2. Okay, thanks. The motion reads, the AP has reviewed the 2024 Gulf of Alaska Ecosystem Status Report and GOA Groundfish Plan Team reports and appreciates the thoroughness of the work by all contributors. 1, the AP recommends that the council approve the 2024 GOA Groundfish Stock Assessments and SAFE report. Number 2, the AP recommends that the council approve the final 2025 and 2026 Gulf of Alaska groundfish harvest specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and the tax as shown in the attached Table 1. The tax for both GOA Pacific Cod and Pollock have been adjusted to account for the state water guideline harvest level fisheries. The GOA Pacific Cod adjustments are shown in Table 2 in the action memo. 3, the AP recommends that the council set the final 2025 and 2026 Pacific Halibut PSC limits allowances and apportionments in the GOA as shown in tables 3 through 5 in the C2 GOA action memo. And that motion passed 18-1, and the rationale is below.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Any questions on the AP motion? Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you for the report. I was just curious about I'm sorry. I was just curious what a technical reason is versus a philosophical opposition. I don't need names or anything. I'm just trying to get a feel for what that might mean.
Sure, Madam Chair, Mr. Sakata. It was actually the day of the ice storm, and one of our members was participating remotely and was unable to view the motion and the tables due to technical difficulties with the computer that she was on. And so that was, she felt that, or the member felt that they just wanted to say no.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mann. And just in that particular circumstance, an abstention too is always an option for AP members. Yeah, as you're aware. Thanks. Okay, thank you for your report. We have one member of the public signed up to testify in C2, Linda Benkin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, I'll be brief to make up for going over yesterday. Linda Benkin, Director of Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Wanted to say, if I was not clear yesterday, we also support no increase in sablefish TAC for the Gulf of Alaska. Believe that the buffer that was adopted by the SSC between max ABC and the 2025 ABC pretty much gets you back to 2024, but just wanted to express our support for that, maintaining those tax from last year. On DSR, it was really interesting to see the projected increase. That's certainly consistent with what our fishermen have been seeing on the grounds. It's a lot harder to stay away from DSR when you're out there fishing halibut, but also support the decision to take a harder look at that natural mortality for another year before increasing the ABC too much. Finally, wanted to just express our ongoing support for the council's work to better incorporate ecosystem and economic and social considerations into this tax setting process. And in particular, appreciated the SSC recommendation to try to get a handle or some information on how declining socioeconomic conditions in the fisheries or economic conditions in the fisheries are affecting coastal communities. Thanks, that's all I have.
Thank you for the testimony, Ms. Benkin. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just to be clear, Ms. Benkin, you support then the AP's recommendations on sablefish. I know you've had a position to hold that steady, and there's a very minimal increase based on the apportionment, but I assume you support those numbers.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I think because it is so close, we're okay either way at what came forward from the AP or last year's TACs.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Benkin. That we will, I think, take our mid-morning break at this point. We'll come back and see if the council wishes to take action. So let's come back at 10:15. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. What are the wishes of the council on C2? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion. And the motion reads, the council approves the 2024 Gulf of Alaska Safe Report. The council approves the 2025 and 2026 Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications for overfishing levels and ABCs as recommended by our SSC and the tax shown in attached table 1. The tax for both the Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod and pollock have been adjusted to account for the state water guideline harvest level fisheries. The Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod adjustments are shown in attached table 2. The 2025 and 2026 Pacific halibut prohibited species catch limits, allowances, and apportionments in the Gulf are attached in tables 3, 4, and 5. And the council approves the halibut discard mortality rates for 2025 and 2026 as shown in attached table 6. And with a second, I will speak briefly.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you. Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. I will be fairly brief. This is the AP motion. If anyone's confused, it's the exact same AP motion with the little adjustments for our state water fisheries. I think it's been clear through our long process, both on the Bering Sea and in the Gulf, that we had a wealth of information to support this tax sheet. We have the ESRs, and for the Gulf of Alaska in particular, I thought it was extremely valuable this year. We have clear delineation from the SSC that none of the stocks were overfished. None of the stocks were approaching an overfished condition in 2024. I think we've gone through the adjustments for state water fisheries that everyone is very familiar with. And I just appreciate all of the work from the public, the plan team, the SSC, the council staff that came to this process culmination. Everyone knows, as a reminder, we looked at a proposed specs in 2025 and 2026 in October. We incorporated new data, new survey information, new model runs to come with the final spec sheet in December. So I appreciate all the work that went into this fairly short agenda item. I have a couple more statements to talk about apportionment, spatial apportionment, but I would be glad to answer any questions on this in particular.
Any questions on the motion? Can you scroll up to the table, please? Is there anything in particular, Ms. Vanderhoven, that you're wanting to review or, okay. Ms. Kimball, would you like to continue with your statements on apportionment?
Now that I think about it, Madam Chair, maybe I'll wait until after the vote on this motion, if that's okay.
Okay. Any amendments to the motion? And any comments? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, thank you, Ms. Kimball. I think you did a great job summarizing all of the work and the year-long process that goes into this sheet and the motion you're putting forward. I think if folks just track this issue at the council, maybe that's not always evident. So I just want to point that out. And again, appreciate all the work from stock assessment authors, plan teams, and the SSC to get us to this point. And Ms. Kimball for the motion. I'll support it.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Kimball, for once again doing a great job with Gulf specs. Those are hard motions to have to work through. I just was, as I was listening, particularly to the plan team report, just reflecting on just a few years ago when we were sort of reeling from the aftermath of the big marine heat wave, and the sort of the sudden and unexpected crash of Pequod in particular, but sort of the turmoil that all that has created. I was just reflecting on the importance of the stock assessment work that's gone on since then, and sort of both good news, I think, in terms of the ecosystem itself is a lot of the basic productivity is clearly still there. This is a really overall, it's not a bad sheet in terms of ABCs, in terms of the total yield. But also just really appreciating all the work that the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and others have put in to sort of track this amount of recovery so that we're able to put together this kind of a tax sheet with these recommended tax. And it's been a bit of a journey, but it's good to know that the Gulf is still a really productive ecosystem that's capable of producing these kinds of yields in a sustainable fashion, even after taking a hit like that marine heat wave.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. And Mr. Mueller?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to align myself with Ms. Baker and Mr. Twite's comments here, and we'll also be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for the motion, Ms. Kimball, and I'll hand it over to Mr. Witherall for a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Calling the roll on the Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications. Ms. Kimball?
Yes.
Mr. Kurland?
Yes.
Mr. Mueller?
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie?
Yes.
Mr. Sukata?
Yes.
Mr. Twite?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Ms. Goen?
Yes.
Ms. Drobnika?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Anything further? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. I just wanted to have a council discussion and address the ideas and approaches that came forward on spatial management and that have been in the council arena for a while on Rockfish. I don't have a motion on that at this meeting. I think there's a couple things happening. My understanding is we do need to at least update the FMP at some point with a description of the process that we use and who's responsible for what under a sub-area apportionments of ABCs. And that I think with some nods from the agency, they can start thinking about what that might look like and bring through the council process. I think the other portion of it is really what is the best approach to make clear and that process and what should that process be? And we do have a SSC council subgroup that does not make decisions, but it does have a little bit more opportunity for some communication and talk through with SSC what it is that they're experiencing. And I think through that group, I'd like to have a few more discussions on this prior to trying to adopt an approach or solidify our current approach. And so that's my proposal, that we have those kind of discussions and have them soon. Clearly have some direction prior to the next specifications process or the next fall plan team process. I do think and all of these are open for discussion, of course, and I'd like to see what other council members think. One thing that came up in the SSC minutes in particular, though, and has come up previously, was that they want to continue to use biological information for sub-area ABC apportionments and not confuse that process. And I think we could make clear as a council at this meeting that, yes, we agree, and that is the direction at both the plan team level and the SSC level, that they are using biological information to make those sub-area ABC apportionments. And then what we do in the future on whether we have an ability to say whether there are conservation concerns or stock structure issues associated such that those ABC apportionments are rigid or such that there aren't and they are flexible, that's the approach that we would start to talk through with SSC subgroup and then bring through the council and public process. So that's my approach to this issue. I sure appreciate the SSC providing an approach in their minutes. They were clearly open to other approaches, but just know that we need to address this issue in the near future. So open to other ideas, of course, but that would be my approach, and there's no motion. And if there needs to be a motion, please let me know. But it's really trying to be clear on the direction going forward, that we will address the issue, and that both the plan teams and SSC continue to use biological information for the sub-area ABC apportionments at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Kimball, I really appreciate that approach. I came away from listening to that discussion, which I really appreciated how extensive it was, but I came away feeling like, we're on the positive side. I think we are getting clearer about both the value and the need for an approach that still is sort of precautionary in principle, still basically designed to keep us from getting into the kind of trouble that would lead us to actually having problems with going over a stock-wide ABC. And so I think it's a tool that continues to be really necessary. And I felt like we were making progress towards that, but at the same time, I also came away from that very worried that I didn't want it to turn into a totally sort of situation, fact specific, almost, where the council has to ask permission each time. That strikes me as unworkable, really. But I think there is a way of continuing to get there, and I agree with you that some additional conversations could help frame things up enough that it really would be ripe to come back to the council. And I think that's making use of that SSC council work group makes a lot of sense to help sort of crystallize. We were getting close, some more work on it, and I think we could come back with something that really is ready for full council consideration. So I really appreciate the approach you're suggesting.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Twite and Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate Nicole's articulation of the issue in front of us, the situation in front of us, and the way you described it was extremely helpful for me, and I fully support the SSC subgroup taking this on and coming back to us with some of their findings. So thank you for that, Nicole.
Again, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agreed. I really appreciate Ms. Kimball's suggested path forward and the clarification about, I agree that the plan teams and SSC should be using biological information to support recommendations for sub-area ABC apportionments. I appreciate that clarification. And I just, in terms of one of the first points, the FMP amendment that we're thinking about, I don't have a specific suggestion, but I'm getting a little bit worried about, I understand the need to clarify and totally agree, but I just want to caution us. We need to find that balance of framework and what's appropriate in the FMP to what we clearly need to define, and process that might need to be process or policy that might need to be tweaked over time in response to changing conditions, and not getting too prescriptive in the FMP beyond what we need, because we know how difficult that can be to change. So I just was having those thoughts as we were having the conversation. So want to keep that in mind going forward. But thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Baker and Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate Ms. Baker's comments. I think they kind of solidified what my thoughts and concerns were about the FMP amendment portion. I think Ms. Kimball's done a great job outlining an approach, and I'm fully supportive of that effort.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I think we've had Oh, Ms. Watson.
Yes. Thank you through the chair. I just had one quick comment and then one clarifying question for Ms. Kimball. And maybe actually I'll start with the clarifying question. So I heard you say, and Ms. Baker just confirmed, that the direction from the council would be that apportionments of ABC across subareas would be based on biological information. Does that mean based on best available scientific methodology as well? Could you clarify if you meant biological only, or if that also includes best available methods for apportionment?
Thank you for the question. I think the SSC provides in their minutes to us the best available information and their recommendations for best available methods to provide biological information, if that's what you mean, like transitioning to the VAST model and things like that. I think we get that through our minutes, and I'd expect that level of advice to still come from the SSC.
Thank you. And then if I just may make a quick comment. I appreciate the discussion about spatial apportionment of ABCs across management areas. A lot of thought has gone into this, and I appreciate the work of Ms. Cleaver and Ms. John. They've worked very closely with me, and it's been very helpful to work with them through these issues. I wanted to flag that in our work on this, I did reach out to other attorneys who advise other councils, and it appears there's no other councils using spatial apportionment in this way, apportioning ABC across subareas. This appears to be a unique process in the North Pacific, and I think it captures an additional element of scientific review that further informs tax and harvest, and in that way builds some more precaution into our system. So I think it's very valuable. And by raising this and saying, I think there's benefits to clarifying this in the FMP, and in no way am I expressing concern for this. I just see value in including it in the FMP, since it is something that is not, since it isn't documented formally in the FMP, and taking into account Ms. Baker's caution about being too prescriptive, so we avoid having to amend the FMP. I wanted to flag that I think there's value in documenting the good work that we're doing in the FMP, but just wanted to reiterate that in no way does GCC concerns with it. That's not why we're raising the need for a potential FMP amendment. So thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Watson and Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Sorry, I just had one other thought as I'm kind of thinking through how this might work. It's not clear to me where opportunities for public comment or participation might fit in. I don't have a real clear vision of what the process might look like. And so I guess to turn that into a question, if you've given that any thought, Ms. Kimball, what public participation might look like.
Yes, I envision it similar to our regular process. Like if we are going to make a change of any kind, it's up to individual council members or the public to bring that approach in the public meeting. I'm envisioning hopefully in a staff tasking meeting prior to the next specs process, so it's not under the specs agenda item in October, but prior to that. But just in that way, if we have a change to an approach or something we want to solidify, that proposal would come through this process. And so probably in staff tasking.
Thanks. I think that's helpful for the public too.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven. Any other comments? Thank you for your work on this, Ms. Kimball. And I don't believe we need a motion based on the conversation around the table. We can work with staff in helping to identify an appropriate schedule for subgroup conversations. So thank you. Anything further on C2? We're ready to move on to our C3 crab specification agenda item.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, this is Anita Kroska, council staff. I'd like to introduce item C3 BSAI crab harvest specifications. This presentation will be presented remotely by Crab Plan Team Co-Chair Katie Paloff at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. She will provide an overview of one stock of the final stock assessment and harvest specifications for one stock, the Norton Sound Red King Crab. She will also review other items found in the Crab Plan Team report. And with that, I'll hand it over to Katie and assist her with advancing slides.
Good morning, members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay, great. Thank you. As Anita said, here today to talk about Norton Sound Red King Crab. Anita, if you can move to the next slide real quick. Norton Sound Red King Crab had in past been something that we took up at our January crab planting meeting, and then we would come in front of you in February. However, due to attempts to reduce our meeting load and, eventually reduce the February council meeting, we are moving around the timing of that, and that's still a fluid thing right now. But currently, what we did this year was have a half-day meeting in November of the crab plant team, and then have those specifications in front of you here for the December council meeting. And that's necessary because Norton Sound Red King Crab fishery opens in February, so we need to have these specifications set so that the winter fishery can occur in mid to late February. Okay, Nita, go ahead. Next slide. Oh, jumping around. All right, there you go. So a brief overview of this stock assessment. It's a tier 4 assessment. So for crab, that means that we do have enough information to have a assessment model, but not enough to really know as much as we know about some of our more data-rich species. And what we focus on this cycle was really transitioning this stock to GMAX. And for those of you that may not recall, GMAX is our generalized model for all crustacean stocks or all Alaskan crab stocks. And this is after we transition this stock, I think the last one that we are working towards is tanner crab. And then after that, all of our stocks that have biological biomass estimates and have size structured assessments will be transitioned into the GMAX modeling platform. So really what the crab planting reviewed was 2 different models, the current status quo model, the bespoke model, and then that model in the GMAX modeling framework. So ideally, these models are as close as possible, and just looking at making sure that when we transition to GMAX, it's a similar model that then we can use to do further development on the stock. So both the CPT and you'll hear from the SSC did endorse adopting the GMAX model, which is 24.0. The author worked hard to do some requests between September and November, and that timeline seemed to work well for us this cycle. I would say that in the future, if we do not have a Northern Bering Sea survey, there may be a chance that this stock could be set, final specs for the stock could be set at our September meeting. So like I said, the timing of the stock may be a little fluid as we move forward and see how best it fits into the process. If there is a Northern Bering Sea survey like there is for next year, then it would definitely have to be at the December meeting for you all because we don't usually get that Northern Bering Sea survey until after our September planting. Some other minor adjustments need to be made to GMAX in order to calculate the OFL within that setting. However, the author was able to take the output that comes out of the model population in GMAX and calculate the OFL. And that's just simply due, this is the only crab stock that we have more than one directed fleet. We have a winter commercial, summer commercial, and then a subsistence fishery. And then one final note, we'd like to thank Hamachan Hamazaki for his work on this stock. He's been the assessment author for a while now and been part of the crab plan team in the past. He is transitioning to a new position within ADF&G, and so there will be new authors next cycle for this. Myself and Caitlin Stern, a biometrician with ADF&G, will be co-authoring it, at least for the next cycle. Next slide, Anita. Here, just a brief overview of the 3 different, on the left, you'll see the 3 different trawl survey time series that go into the stock model. And that's just due to Norton Sound having kind of a broken history of when it was assessed in which times. As you can see, we do have quite a complete time series, but there was a historic NIMS trawl in the area. Then the ADF&G has done a trawl survey. either bi or triannually for a while now and more frequently recently. And then the Northern Bering Sea survey also has gone into Norton Sound. So one of the things that we will continue to look at for this stock is continuity of surveys and how these different surveys relate to each other. And there's some work ongoing with that the crab plant team will review at our January modeling workshop. In general, what you see on the right here is the status quo model in blue and the GMAX model in maybe orangish reddish color there, and just the overall mature male biomass estimated on February 1st. And you see that there are some slight differences between these two lines, but overall the error and the shaded area and the line trends are very similar as we would expect due to kind of some little structural differences between the models. And that was one of the reasons why we felt confident moving forward with the GMAX platform. Anita, next slide. And so that leads us to specifications. The specifications here are listed in 1 million pounds for both models. But if you look at the right, model 24.0, that's the model that the CPT did recommend. In general, the specifications for this year still have the stock in a fairly good status. We're above BMSY. Therefore, it's in tier 4A. And of course, not overfished. Total catch from February 1st, 2024 to February 1st, 2025 was less than the OFL, therefore overfishing did not occur. And then the CPT recommends retaining, we have a 30% buffer on the ABC for the stock. That buffer reflects the amount of information we have about the stock and some of the uncertainties that we have that we can't incorporate into the modeling process. And those are detailed pretty well in our January 2024 CPT minutes, so I won't get into them too much here. But although it is a larger buffer than some of our other crab stocks, we feel it is appropriate for just the uncertainty that we have for the stock. One of those main uncertainties is that we can't necessarily function and have an observer program for the stock. So while we have a good, accurate calculation of retained catch, total catch is more difficult. So that's one of the things that we can't necessarily incorporate into the modeling process that is an uncertainty that we have for the stock. And so with that, I think my last slide is just an acknowledgement slide. You can advance that. But I think that's all I have for Norton Sound Red King Crab, and I can entertain any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Paloff. See if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much for the report.
Thank you.
We're ready for our SSC reports. And then following the SSC report, we'll take the AP report, and any members of the public wishing to sign up on C3, please do so before the end of the AP report. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Sherry Dressel, co-chair of the SSC, and we have, I think I may only have one slide for you, but we'll wait for. You're right, I have two. Thank you. So for Norton Sound, Katie, Ms. Paloff just presented the information on the stock. The SSC concurs with the plan team and the author on moving forward with this GMAX format, which is model 24.0. We also agreed with the plan team on the 30% buffer between the OFL and the ABC. And these are the reasons that supported the use of the 30% buffer. That buffer is the same as last year, and the issues also continue sort of between years. I should know by now not to use the down arrow. All right. There were two issues also that the plan team brought up, and the SSC supports work on the resolution of those two issues. And one had to do with including total catch from a winter subsistence fishery, and the other one was how to calculate OFL directly in the GMAX program rather than outside. The SSC looks forward to the model-based survey index work to be presented next year. And we had a number of recommendations that we supported from the plan team to the author for those. And I believe that that's what I have for our SSC report.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Any questions? Thank you for the report.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're ready for our AP report. Ms. Mann. And just one last reminder, please do sign up for public testimony before the end of the AP report. Thank you.
Madam Chair, council members, Heather Mann, co-vice chair of the advisory panel. I'll be reading our motion on C3 crab specifications. Norton Sound Red King crab. The AP acknowledges the receipt of the crab plan team report and SAFE document. The AP recommends the council approve the 2025 OFL and an ABC for Norton Sound Red King crab as recommended by the SSC. That motion passed unanimously. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions on the AP report? Seeing none. Thank you. I don't see that any members of the public have signed up. Okay. So no testimony. Okay, that's what's showing on my screen as well. Thank you. So, is the council ready to take action on C3? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that has been sent to staff. I'll wait for that to be posted.
One minute. Okay. We'll just stand down for a brief minute. Yeah. Thank you.
The motion reads, the council accepts the Norton Sound Red King crab safe report and adopts an OFL of 0.284 thousand metric tons or 628,000 pounds and an ABC of 0.199 thousand metric tons or 440,000 pounds as recommended by the SSC. With a second, I'll speak to the motion.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't really need to add a lot. I thank Ms. Paloff for the thorough presentation. I'll just note that in recommending these harvest specifications, that total catch mortality for the Norton Sound Red King crab stock was below the 2024 OFL of 332 metric tons. So overfishing did not occur. Would like to express appreciation for the assessment having now moved into the GMAX framework, as we heard, to increase transparency of the model and facilitate improved collaboration for those working on crab stock assessments. I'd like to thank again the crab plan team and the SSC for working through the harvest specifications as usual, and a special thank you and appreciation to Hamachan Hamazaki for his longtime work on this assessment, and wishing him all the best in his new position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. Any questions on the motion? Any amendments? Comments? Appreciate your work on this, Ms. Baker. Okay, I will hand it over to Mr. Witherall for a roll call vote, please.
Calling the roll on Norton Sound Red King crab harvest specifications. Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Moeller.
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Goen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
And Ms. Drobnika.
Yes,
Motion passed unanimously.
thank you. So if Dr. Dressel is ready for us, I think we're scheduled to take our SSC report in full at this point.
So to the chair, we actually in this meeting, our meeting ended with doing specifications for both groundfish and crabs. So we have nothing left.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Dressel.
Good news, huh?
So she got up too soon.
She knew.
Shucks, yeah. So I believe that takes us to C4. We have Ms. Marinan to introduce C4.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council, Sarah Marinan, council staff. With me to present on C4 is Adam St. Savior. He's the new statewide groundfish coordinator with the Sportfish Division with ADF&G. We have a couple presentations that are should be coming up soon, but just to give a brief introduction to this agenda item, this is part of our annual process for setting management measures in the guided recreational halibut fisheries in Area 2C and 3A. And as the council knows, management measures are tools to limit harvester efforts, so bag limit, size restrictions, day of the week closures. We use the term in this presentation reverse slot limit, which many of you know, but just as a reminder, that it's essentially a lower size limit. And we think about adjusting that lower size limit. And then there's an upper size limit of generally referenced 080, so that's over 80 inches. An angler could retain a very large size halibut. But so these are the different types of tools that we're talking about in this analysis, and thinking about projecting charter removals out into 2025 and what combination of management measures might be adopted. So just for a quick reminder, I have a slide that working. There it is. illustrates the management process. I just wanted to point out where we are in this process here at the council. There was a Charter Halibut Management Committee meeting in October. And at that meeting, that's an annual meeting where we consider what measures to be analyzed. So committee members recommend different measures for Area 2C and 3A to be analyzed. ADF&G analysts conduct that analysis of projecting charter removals under the different measures. And so the next step is the charter committee met again on Tuesday. We received the ADF&G analysis of projected halibut removals. The analysis prepared by Adam is attached to the agenda for the council. And we went through all the tables, we received public testimony, and the committee recommended a range of management measures for each area. So the first order of business here in this presentation is you're going to hear from Adam on that analysis and the proposed management options for 2025. There was a few changes to that analysis since the committee level, but the committee was able to receive all the updated tables. They've just been put together in a final package, and that's what you have access to on the e-agenda. And then the second, geez. The second order of business here is I'm going to come back up and present the committee report. So I'll provide the recommendations from the committee for each area. There was also a third motion that the committee made, so I'll give an overview of that. I also wanted to highlight that on Monday we had NIMS and the council hosted a recreational fishery roundtable, and I'm still working on the report from that. I was hoping to have it posted, but it isn't yet. It should be posted by staff tasking. I wasn't planning on presenting on that, but you're welcome to ask me questions about that roundtable, either now or when the report is posted by staff tasking. That should be available to you. So just a reminder, the central task here for the council is to recommend a preferred range of charter halibut management measures for 2025. And then you can see in the slide the rest of the process as these measures travel to the IPHC as they consider the TCY for next year and the area-specific catch limits. So with that brief introduction, I'll pass the mic over to Adam for the presentation of management measures.
Yeah, sure. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. Thanks for the intro, Sarah. I'm Adam St. Savior with the Division of Sportfish, Fish and Game. This presentation is of the management measures analyses for the 2025 charter halibut fisheries in areas 2C and 3A. Alternative management strategies are forecasted using data the division collects on charter halibut through the guide logbook program and through our port sampling programs. That's her presentation. Preliminary estimates for 2024 were produced in October using logbook data to date in 2C and through August in 3A, and dock sampling data to date in both areas. More updated harvest and effort data for both areas was used in the management measures analysis with minor differences in both areas. Thank you. Coming up. It took a minute for hers too. Thank you. We will go statewide with electronic logbooks in 2025, which will allow us to use data for the full fishing season for preliminary estimates and for forecasting management measures. In Area 2C, the preliminary 2024 estimate of removals was 842,735 pounds, which was 4% over the allocation. In 3A, the removal estimate was 1,607,309 pounds, which was 15% under the allocation. In 2024, the regulations in 2C were for a one fish bag limit a reverse slot limit of less than or equal to 40 inches or greater than or equal to 80 inches. The slot was reduced to 36 inches July 15th, and Fridays were closed starting July 19th. In Area 3A, the regulations were for a 2-fish bag limit, 1 fish of any size, 1 fish less than or equal to 28 inches, 1 trip per vessel and per charter halibut per permit per day, and Wednesdays closed to the retention of halibut. This is a plot of charter removals since 2006 in 2C. Gray bars are estimates based on statewide harvest survey estimates. Blue bars are estimates based on logbooks and include release mortality. The red line is the GHL through 2013 and the catch sharing plan allocation thereafter. The preliminary estimate was about 33,000 pounds or 4% over the allocation in 2024. This is effort in angler days for 2C in the most recent 10 years. It includes trips with halibut harvest or bottom fish hours. It does not include days that were closed to halibut fishing. Effort has been very steady in recent years. This is the same plot of charter removals since 2006, but in Area 3A. The gray bars are statewide harvest survey estimates, and the blue bars are based on logbooks and include release mortality. 3A has come in under the allocation by about 15% over the past 3 seasons. This is effort in angler days for 3A in the most recent 10 years. It does not include days that are close to halibut retention. Effort has been controlled since the catch sharing plan was implemented by trip limits, closed days, and annual limits. 3A effort in 2024 was similar to 2023. These tables show numbers of businesses and vessels that reported halibut harvest in logbooks in the past 10 years. In 2C, the number of businesses is stable with an increase in vessels. In 3A, the number of businesses is declining while the number of vessels is stable. There's a slide missing, but I can talk through it. So I've got a plot of unguided removals since 2006, including discard mortality since 2014. The 2023 estimate of, this is 2C unguided removals, is 1.277 million pounds. The 2024 result is preliminary and uses port sampling data for the year for average weight and time series forecast for harvest. The estimate for 2024 is 1.010 million pounds. Aside from 2020, this is the first appreciable decline in a little over a decade. Again, that's 2023 was 1.277 million pounds. Preliminary 2024 estimate is for 1.010 million pounds unguided in 2C. And same thing for 3A. There was a noticeable decline from 2021 to 2022, but has been more stable since. The 2023 final estimate for 3A unguided removals is 0.988 million pounds. The 2024 preliminary result is 0.878 million pounds, 3A unguided. Now I'll move on to the management measures analyses for 2025. Okay. Allocations for 2025 are currently unknown and will be determined at the IPHC's annual meeting in January. The council and committees should have contingencies for higher or lower allocations based on these analyses and advice from Ian's stock assessment. I used 2024 allocations as the reference points in these analyses, which were 0.81 million pounds in 2C and 1.89 million pounds in 3A. I'll start with Area 2C. The tables listed on the slides are those in the ADF&G analysis. The 2025 forecast is for 89,797 halibut. Effort data used for the 2025 forecasts was the preliminary effort for 2024, the same approach we use in 3A. Halibut per unit effort forecasts use data 2009 through 2019 and 2022 through 2024, with recent years weighted more heavily. The area-wide forecast is similar to the 2024 harvest of 89,303 fish. Projected removals under status quo regulations are 0.862 million pounds in Area 2C. 2024 removals were 0.843 million pounds. The average weight and release mortality for the 2025 projections are both up slightly from the 2024 estimates. In 2024, the mean weight was 9.07 pounds, and release mortality was 32,000 pounds. Effort was the same for both years. The committee met at the end of October and requested analysis of the following alternatives for 2025. A reverse slot ranging from 32 to 50 inches on the low end and 50 to 80 inches on the upper end. The same reverse slot confined to ranges of 35 to 40 inches on the low end and a limit of 1 trip per vessel and 1 trip per permit per day. Reverse slot with day closures and savings in removals displayed for each day of closure, analyzed for each day from May 15th through September 15th or for the entire season. Analyzed for lower slot limits ranging from 32 inches to 50 inches and an upper slot of 80 inches. The same analysis confined to ranges of 32 to 42 inches on the low end and 80 inches on the upper end and a 1 trip limit per day. And a differential slot or mid-season change analysis analyzed for lower slots ranging 38 to 42 inches at the beginning of the season, changing to a range of 32 to 38 inches for the end of the season, and an upper slot of 80 inches throughout. Analyzed to change on the dates of July 1, July 15, and August 1. In summary, although the status quo forecast of 0.862 million pounds came in above the allocation, all other measures analyzed contained projections below the 2024 allocation. Adding additional day closures and combining management measures could allow for an increased size limit on the lower end of the slot. And I skipped all the detailed results for each analysis, but if you have any questions about those, I can answer those now or at the end.
Yeah, looks like we have a question for you, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Adam, for the presentation so far. I seem to remember in the presentation at the committee that you had some information on the difference that in the analysis on including trip per day closures in 2C, so that 1 trip per day. You had that information in the previous presentation. I'm wondering if you could just off the top of your head remember what that difference was.
Yes, Mr. Ritchie, through the chair. So it was broken down by sub area, so like Ketchikan, Juneau, etc. 7 areas or so. And it varied by area. I think the range was between I don't know what the low end was, like 1%, reduction from by adding a second plus trip up to like a 7% reduction. But the weighted mean for Area 2C was 2.7% reduction by adding the 1 trip limit.
Thank you.
And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation so far. Just a quick observation and a question. You identified that your effort estimates in 2C from 22 to 24 were amazingly similar from each year. My experience generally in effort estimates, having them be that similar each year is a bit unusual. Those effort estimates are generated through logbooks and port sampling, am I correct?
Yeah, it's Mr. Williams, through the chair. Let me get back to that slide so we can look at it together.
Number 4, please.
Yes, I see what you're saying for the past 3 seasons, how similar they are. So there was a statement on one slide that said I used the 2024 effort to project 2025. So those literally are the same. And I didn't quite catch the last bit of your question as I was navigating to this.
Well, thank you. I guess is there any explanation, or can you think of any to have them come out all that similar in each year? I was just curious if you had any thoughts on how that might have occurred, because generally you won't get that similar response from year to year, given some of the variances in, the things we deal with in fisheries.
Yeah, Mr. Williams, through the chair. The effort data is reported through the logbooks. It's angler days, and I will double check that now that you pointed it out just to make sure. But that's what I had for information reported through the logbooks. I do believe that 2C has had really consistent effort over the past few years, at least, because they've been very closely trying to get to that allocation, and doing that by a controlling effort.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought so. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for the presentation. And so on your summary slide, if I'm tracking you, those statements about no, yes, you're trying to find an additional 52,000 pounds. Is that the difference between kind of the projected allocation if you use 2024 and then the projection of what the status quo management measures would result in? Is that how I read that? Like under the changes to measures or ranges that would change, you're really trying to manipulate about 52,000 pounds. That's the difference between the projected allocation and the projected effort.
Ms. Kimball, through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, moving on to 3A. The 2025 status quo forecast is for a harvest of 163,135 halibut. Again, I used 2024 effort for the forecast. Harvest per unit effort forecast used data from 2009 through 2019 and 2022 through 2024, with recent years weighted more heavily. The removals forecast for 3A under status quo regulations is 1.764 million pounds. This is up 157,000 pounds from the 2024 estimate due to a greater number of fish and a higher average weight. The projection includes a release mortality of 14,800 pounds. The reasons for the lower release mortality projection than in 2C are that more fish are released in 2C and they are of a larger size. Management measures requested by the committee for 3A for next season included Wednesday closures from June 4th through September 3rd, or for the entire season. The Wednesday closure analysis also evaluates having Wednesdays open. Tuesday closures from June 3rd through September 2nd, or for the entire season. Maximum size limits of 26 to 32 inches on one fish. Annual limits of 2 to 4 fish, or any combination of these management measures. All the analyses included status quo measures of CHP and vessel trip limits and Wednesday closures for the year, unless otherwise noted. In summary, as you can see, all measures provide options below the 2024 allocation in Area 3A. Thanks to all these individuals for help bringing the data together for these analyses. And with that, I can answer any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. St. Savior. Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for your presentation. I'm curious about, and this is back on slide 5, why, if you have any insights as to why Area 3A charter removals continue to be below the allocation.
Mr. Curlin, through the chair. There's probably some details here that I don't fully understand, given that I've only been in this job for a couple months, but I know that our projections have been on the high side in recent years. Part of that is because the average weight in 3A in particular is on a fairly sharp decline. And so when that first starts to happen, the projection just shoots in whatever direction that line is going, and it's been overshooting it in recent years. So that's part of the reason I believe. And similarly, just the average weight of the fish being lower, they're just not pulling as much poundage out in a given year. Then a few years ago they were over by quite a bit, and through time it is apparently averaged out to almost exactly like I think a 1% off the long-term mean of the allocation. So it's apparently working the way that it's supposed to. But I have flagged this particular issue to look into it more thoroughly for next season. We talked about perhaps looking at so the way it works currently is we have to use data from the past when there wasn't a length limit, and then correct for that with recent observed over predicted values. And the corrections can be quite large in some cases by area because the fish are growing at different sizes now than they were formerly. And at any rate, might be able to get at that more closely by using like a shorter range of more recent years for the correction. This year I did everything as similar to the past as I could, and it used the past 5 years as the correcting factor. And I might just try some sensitivity testing with like a 3-year change. I mean, the other risk is that if that trend switches, if all of a sudden the mean weight goes up, it's gonna kind of have the opposite effect. It'll undershoot the mean weight for the coming season.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I had a question on your Area 3A summary slide, just to make sure I'm reading that correctly. If you can go to that one on slide 17. And so clearly the message is any of those combination of options would are projected to keep the sector below the 2024 allocation. But do I read that as status quo? We make no changes in Area 3A. It would keep us below. And then how do I read the next one? Does that mean if we had Wednesday closures all year under status quo measures, does that mean if we change the day of the week closure on Wednesday just to a portion of the season, it would still maintain the projection under the allocation? I don't know how to read the things underneath status quo, whether they replace certain pieces of status quo or whether they're additive. Could you just explain that a little bit? Like if we change to Tuesday closures, is that additive to the Wednesday closures, or is that just if we stopped doing Wednesdays and did Tuesdays?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. So aside from that first one, or let's see, so status quo is what it sounds like: Wednesday closures, no Tuesday closures. The next one is Wednesday closures, which, as I said, also evaluates opening Wednesdays. And so, I don't have the table number right offhand here, but It's in the document in 3A, and it'd be the Wednesday closure one. You'll see in that if you start opening Wednesdays at some point, you do get above the 2024 allocation of 1.89 million. And I think it goes well above it, actually, I believe. I mean, not like way above it, but I think there's some that are over 2 million pounds in there. And so it's still, we're still in the ballpark of the 2024 allocation with standard quo measures or opening some Wednesdays. And then after that, the other measures analyses assume status quo measures. So Tuesday closures would be on top of all Wednesdays being closed, along with all the others. And so that at the most restrictive measures get us, I think they're pretty far down there. I think the lowest is like not much more than 1 million pounds if you get the most restrictive, combination of management measures. And, they were able to reach their goal of having like an allocation that was as much as 25% below what it was last year through those. Ms. Kimball, through the chair.
Thank you for that explanation. And so just for a specific example, like, would I read this to say, if you left all else the same, all other measures the same, but you increase the maximum size limit to 32 inches on one fish, we still stay below the allocation?
Ms. Kimball, through the chair, let me bring up the table and I can kind of give you some specific numbers, but there's a range in there, and the status quo is for a 28-inch maximum on one fish. Tables.
And if this is difficult to bring up, I can do it on my own time.
I've got it here. Sorry, it took me a moment to get there. So is it Wednesday openings that we're interested in here?
No, I was
as far as the
interested in the
range?
maximum size limit on the one fish. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. So, table 3A.15, it includes the Wednesdays being open or closed. It also includes the range of sizes on fish. And so, that particular table, if you were to go with no Wednesdays closed and a maximum size of 32 inches, that's like the largest of, that's be like the most liberal combination of anything that we could do. The projection is for 2.289 million pounds. Similarly, on the low end, with all Wednesdays closed and a minimum or a maximum size on the second fish of 26 inches, the projection is for 1.677 million pounds. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. It took me a while to understand the summary, and now I do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and to add another little bit of detail, that yes, green light, red light thing, it basically, it's just indicating that there are at least some options on each of those, from each of those measures that'll get you there to the allocation.
Thank you. I think I was thinking all those options would work somehow, and that is not the case. So I appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure I saw this, but remind me, your status quo annual limit is what, or this last year? How many fish was the annual limit?
Mr. Williams, through the chair, if I'm getting the question correctly, the allocation, the 2024 allocation?
No, one of your measures here is annual limits of 2 to 4 fish.
Okay.
So the annual limit was what in the last fishing year?
I understand. Thank you for the clarification. There was no annual limit in 3A or 2C in 2024. It has been used in the past in 3A. I think it's been, I don't want to say maybe 5 years or so since they've done that.
Follow up. So I assume based on your analysis that a high proportion of the anglers must be able to reach that annual limit in order for it to have any kind of effect as you describe here. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, Mr. Williams, let me bring the table up here. I'm on it now, so it won't take me as long to get to it, but I've got it broken down by percentages. And we looked at 2 to 4 fish, and 2 certainly has a fairly strong effect. Yeah, so the estimated percent change in harvest relative to no annual limit for all of Area 3A with a 4-fish limit, it's a reduction of 3.6%, and that's in poundage. And with an annual limit of 2 fish brings the reduction down to 16% difference, like a lowering of 16% with 2 fish annual limit.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for the report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council, Sarah Marion, council staff again for the record. And apologies to Adam there. We threw him a curveball in his first presentation and we just had a smaller version of his slide deck. So all of his slides will be posted to the e-agenda, so you can access them there. And all of the tables he was referencing are in his full document that's posted to the e-agenda as well. But thank you, Adam. So I am back up here to go over the committee reports for the Charter Halibut Management Committee and provide their recommendations. Attached to the e-agenda is the October Charter Halibut Management Committee report. Just briefly, we met on October 25th. And as I mentioned, the committee made recommendations for management measures to analyze. We also received final estimates for charter halibut removals from 2023 and preliminary estimates from 2024. What you saw, that 4% overage and 15% underage for 2C and 3A respectively. Also at that meeting, we received updates from NIMS on a number of topics, which are covered in the report if you want to see them in more detail. But just to list them, we received some preliminary guided angler fish statistics. Gaff usage has been increasing in 2C in particular quite a bit. There's information on charter halibut permit renewal statistics and revoked permits. We received information on the recreational information program and an update on the recreational quota entity funding mechanism. The public comment period for that just closed the other day. So NIMS is working on response to comments and anticipating a final rule and implementation potentially in as early as February 2025. So there's more information on those topics in the committee report. Then the committee report from this past Tuesday meeting is also posted. We reviewed the ADF&G analysis, we received public testimony and provided recommendations on a range of preferred measures for 2025. And then, as I mentioned, there's a motion on charter halibut permits as well that I'll go over. So for Area 2C for committee recommendations, the committee recommended that under all allocations, it would include a daily bag limit of 1 halibut and a reverse lot limit where the upper limit is fixed at 080, so over 80 inches, and a restriction of 1 trip per charter vessel per day with retention of halibut and 1 trip per charter halibut permit per day. And then these details are highlighted more specifically in the committee minutes, but the slide that I have just has a a table that sort of walks you through the steps of additional measures that would be added depending on where the 2C allocation comes into. And just a reminder that for 2024 for 2C, they were at 810,000 pounds. So if for 2C, if the allocation is between 1.013 million pounds and 0.897 million pounds, they would begin with a lower size limit of U38 and increase that size limit until the allocation is reached. In addition to the other measures that I just mentioned that are above in the slide. And then for step 2, if the allocation is lower than that, if it's 0.897 million pounds to 0.752 million pounds, begin with a lower size limit of U38 closing Tuesdays starting September 9th and working to May 13th until the allocation is reached. And then step 3, if they need to go further with a lower allocation from 0.752 million pounds to 0.715 million pounds, begin with a lower size limit of U37, closing Tuesdays as needed until the allocation is reached. And all of their recommendations can be summarized in table 2C.7 A on page 25, or there's also a similar table at the very back of the report 2C.7.2A, that's page 44, that shows where the removals would be projected to get you under the different allocations. And I'm going to read out some of their rationale for those recommendations as well. So again, these are detailed in the report. But for Area 2C, committee members emphasized that once again, the persistent low state of halibut abundance has put them in a dire state for management measure options. They worked to consider equitable measures that fit a diverse set of angler expectations and business models on what will likely be a slim halibut allocation with growing effort in areas. They noted there was strong debate and diverse opinions within the committee itself. And I wanted to bring attention to, and they highlighted in their rationale, the adoption of trip limits that are recommended here. So 1 trip per charter vessel per day and per permit per day. This hasn't been done in 2C previously. It's been done in 3A for quite some time. Members noted that in making this recommendation, they considered history by port. Effort increases in 2024 showed largely in ports with cruise ships. The amount of halibut allocation available to 2C guided sport fishery with the expectations of IPHC decisions, the committee did not believe that there should be 2 halibut trips in a single day by an operator or vessel. There was testimony received at the committee in favor of maintaining the option for 2 halibut trips a day, and this perspective was considered. Further engagement from these members of the public and their associations was encouraged by the committee. There were also some comments from 2C members expressing frustration with the program that was meant to stabilize the fishery and reduce growth. Members noted that the motion didn't go below 12%, a 12% decrease in the allocation that 2C had for 2024, because management measures that were necessary to add catch limits lower than that level felt truly untenable to the industry, and they did not know how to choose measures to operate under this range. And the council has the option to modify the motion to reflect those greater declines if needed. So that's the recommendation for 2C and the rationale, and I'll pause to see if there's any questions on that piece.
Oh, I'm not seeing any, Ms. Marinan.
Okay, so moving on to 3A. Not changing. Thank you. Yep. So for 3A, the committee recommended management measures for 2025. All allocations include, unless otherwise specified, a daily bag limit of 2 halibut, 1 fish of any size, and 1 fish with a maximum size limit of 28 inches, 1 trip per charter vessel per day with retention of halibut, 1 trip per charter permit per day. And then similarly, more detail in the report and in the analysis with tables cited, but just in the slide, it walks you through the different steps of additional measures that would need to be adopted depending on where the allocation is set. So Step 1, if the allocation's between 2.079 million pounds and 1.76 million pounds, they would close Wednesdays as needed to keep the charter harvest removals within the allocation. Oh, and a reminder, in 2024 for 3A, the allocation was 1.89 million pounds. So that's within that range. Step 2, if the allocation is lower, 1.762 million pounds and 1.497 million pounds, close as many Tuesdays as needed. In addition to Wednesdays, close as many Tuesdays as needed to keep the charter harvest removals within the allocation. And then step 3, if the allocation is lower, 1.497 million pounds to 1.425 million pounds, lower the size limit of the second fish to as low as 26 inches until the projected charter harvest removals meet that allocation. And the slide also details the tables that you can find this information on. And so to read out some of 3A's rationale for those recommendations, 3A members noted they were considering consistency for anglers and operators as much as possible when making the range of recommended measures. They included measures that would cover status quo, and under the status quo allocation, it could be possible to close less Wednesdays. They also included measures down to a 25% decline in the allocation. Members noted concerns around persistent underages for 3A, which appeared to come from both projecting more and larger fish in the area, and they're hoping that measures ultimately adopted dial in their actual harvest a little closer than in recent years. I'm happy to answer any questions about those recommendations.
Not seeing any. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on then to my final slide, which is an additional motion that the committee made regarding charter halibut permits and use. So I'll just read off the motion. The Charter Halibut Management Committee requests fresh analysis of CHP use of transferable, non-transferable CQE and military permits for Area 2C and 3A. These data could be useful in understanding disappearing angler opportunity in the charter halibut fishery and in projecting how latent capacity in the permit program might affect future angler effort and the resulting effects on harvest measures. The analysis would include separate data for Area 2C and 3A on the following. Trends in transfer, including lease transfer of transferable, non-transferable, and CQE permits, consolidation and retirement since implementation. Point 2, trends in usage since program implementation for each permit type. Transferable permits only needed to hit a 15 trip threshold and non-transferable permits had a 5 trip threshold. Point 3, trends and projections of latent capacity in terms of both permit and angler endorsements. And point 4, projections of effort of latency by area with CHP at low, medium, and max usage of harvest measures with and without RQE aggregate caps reached. And the rationale for that motion, which passed unanimously at the committee, was that members stated that since the Charter Halibut Limited Access Program began in 2011, there's been substantial changes in circumstances for the guided sport fishery, and allocations are at low levels and likely to drop further in the near future. So there were concerns that the objectives of the program didn't appear to be working in terms of growth and substantial latent capacity in the program, additional analysis of trends in CHP transfer and usage, latency in the program, and projections of the effects of latency on future harvest will help shed light on the effectiveness of the program and lay groundwork for any needed adjustments to the program or related program that affects stability, capacity, and viability of the charter halibut fishery. And that's the end of the written report. As I mentioned, there'll be a report from the roundtable meeting that will come out later in this meeting, and I'm happy to answer questions on that now or later. That roundtable is part of a national initiative to have more outreach and engagement with the Rockfish community, and we're going to pass that report on to Russ Dunn with headquarters to help him brief the new administration on topics that were talked about and are of importance in the recreational fisheries up here. happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Marinan and Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marinan, for the presentation. I just have hopefully a straightforward question on the additional Charter Halibut Management Committee motion on charter halibut permit use. And in the first bullet that you've got here in terms of what the analysis would include, can you explain what the committee is looking for in terms of trends related to retirement of CHP since implementation? I wasn't quite tracking what that might mean.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I think some of that might be an information that we've already presented to the committee, but maybe an expansion of it. Now there's a requirement in place that CHPs be renewed each year. And so we've provided, NIMS has provided that information to the committee on renewals. There isn't, if someone doesn't renew their permit, it's not automatically revoked. There has been some revocations just for non-transferable permits. They're no longer valid if there's a change in ownership where there's an additional owners added or that person passes away, but it's not always clear when that happens. And so there have been some revocations based on obvious cases of that, but in other cases, they're just not renewed. So I think we would just provide statistics on permits that are renewed, not renewed, and the ones that definitely have been revoked in the past.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. I probably missed it in how you were describing the rationale for this motion, but understanding disappearing angler opportunity, can you go back over what that is? Because I just missed it in your explanation of what disappearing angler opportunity, how it's being viewed right now by the Charter Halibut Committee, exactly what it is and how they're viewing it.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I suspect that's in reference to more tighter management measures that are going into place in different areas. I mean, for Area 2C, they're looking at more restrictive measures than they've seen before. So I think there's, there's a lot of concern cited for 2C reps as we were having our committee meeting and talking through the different options and what that would mean for different operators, but also angler opportunity. And so my guess is that's what that's referencing in the motion.
And then that first bullet for the analysis would include lease transfer. Is it the committee's expectation that leases will be relatively easy to detect in the data and that they have sort of a definition of what they're thinking of for lease?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, so the Charter Halibut permit renewal application asks a specific question about whether the permit's been leased and if there's compensation associated with that. So we would pull in that element is what I'm guessing. I mean, that's self-reported information, and we kind of went around the table quite a bit at this council when we were trying to, we've had a hard time defining what that is, but it's self-reported based on the way it's described in the permit application, and that's how we would bring in that information.
Yes, and Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you for the committee's report here on the motions. If you could move back to slide 6. My understanding is the halibut resource is in decline. So when the committee was looking at the different levels, the 3 different steps, how did they choose their lowest level?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, I don't know if I can move my slides, but maybe we can. Okay. Ms. Goen, are you asking about 3A or 2C? Can you remind me what your question?
Actually, both in both areas,
Okay.
right? I think stock or coastwide,
One
the
slide
stock's in decline.
Right. So I guess I'll speak to 3A first. And Mr. Ritchie could add to it as well as chair of that committee and a 3A stakeholder as well. But based on the rationale and discussions, the 3A talked a lot about consistency in measures. So they're starting with what they had and maybe relaxation of what they had. So using the day of the week closures, they mentioned that it helps them to have a consistent day of the week close so they can have a little bit more prediction in booking clients. And then layering on that another day of the week closure and then changing that lower size limit. There's been a lot of talk in other years about annual limits and how that affects different businesses differently. I think across both areas, there's a lot of discussion about equity among operations and how choosing different measures have different implications for lodges versus day boats that rely on cruise ship passengers versus multi-day trips. There's a lot of diversity in charter operations, so there's a lot of discussion at the committee about that aspect of it. So for 3A, there was discussion about, not at this meeting, but at others, about really not wanting an annual limit if possible. And at 2C, that was discussed a little bit, annual limits as well. And in previous years, I think they've been analyzed and you'd have to go down as far as a 2-fish annual limit to really make a big impact. So in addition to the balancing of the impacts by operations, there's also considerations for like bang for your buck where you can actually get savings. And that helps to add to the hierarchy of measures that they're including. Let's see, Mr. Ritchie, anything you want to add?
Thank you. No, you've summed it up quite well.
For the record, Adam St. Savior, sorry. Just add a little bit of detail, I think, getting at the question, Ms. Goen through the chair. So those, like, I think you asked where those numbers specifically come from, like how they came up with them there. For like number one, it would be if you looked at like the Wednesday closure table, it would be the ranges, basically I believe it's the full range with maintaining that 28-inch slot limit or maximum size on the second fish. Similarly with number two, it'd be like the Tuesday closure table, looking at that 28-inch fish line, and be the high and low for numbers of closed Tuesdays for those particular tables. And then the last one, it's the same thing, except it'd be the 26-inch line. Just going.
Thank you for that information. That's helpful. I guess specifically I was asking on how do you determine that 1.425 million pounds is the lowest that should be looked at for the measures?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, we don't. And that's a tricky part about this process is that what is coming out of the committee and what's coming out of the council happens before the IPHC meets. And we don't have a reference other than we've been using the allocation from last year, but there's a lot of signals, and Mr. Curling can speak to this if you want to, but there's a lot of signals that the allocations are likely to be lower for potentially both areas based out of the interim IPHC meeting. And Ian Stewart gave a presentation on Monday evening that sent kind of the same signal that we should be looking at this lower range. We normally do include recommendations that cover a broad range and show different steps to adopt. It's important that that input is provided by the committee and the stakeholders because the IPHC and NIMS are going to be faced with those decisions at the IPHC meeting when they're thinking about allocations. So the 3A measures that are recommended goes down to, I think, 25% lower than the allocation was last year. And as I noted from the committee report, 2C goes down 12%, which might not be low enough, in which case that's a good reminder that I should highlight to the council. You may recall last year you added another bullet with 2C to go lower, and it might be a good idea to consider that again because IPHC might choose an allocation that's lower, in which case there wouldn't be a clear set of management measures that would be obvious to adopt. because the committee didn't provide input on that. So the council might consider adding additional bullets to provide that direction on where to go if the IPHC's allocations end up coming out lower than that.
Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Marinan captured it really well. At the commission's interim meeting at the end of November, the U.S. commissioners did ask the Secretariat staff to give us an indication of what the allocations would look like if we were looking at reducing the TCEY at 15% or at 25%. That's not to say that that's where the commission will land, but just recognizing the signals from the stock assessment and the condition of the resource, as Ms. Marinan indicated, the U.S. commissioners just felt it was prudent to put that information out there so that both the commissioners and the public would have the benefit of seeing those scenarios. So I suspect that was part of the motivation here in looking at those numbers.
Thanks. That was very helpful.
Thank you. And is that okay? Mr. Sukata?
Thank you. I just wanted a little more clarification. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted a little more clarification on what are the consequences of inaction. Do they just not fish? Is it an emergency meeting? What happens if the motion doesn't cover that range?
Through the chair, Mr. Sukata, and maybe Mr. Curlin could help me with this description too. I think some action would need to be taken. So either through the IPHC or NIMS, measures would be adopted, but there wouldn't be input from this process on those measures. There have been times in the past when the IPHC has decided what the management measures was, I think 2011 for 2C. So it's possible that NIMS or the IPHC might have to make that decision. Is that correct characterization?
Through the chair, I don't see the commission making decisions on domestic management measures, but NIMS would have to through rulemaking.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams, did you have something?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sakata got close to my question, but what would happen if the discussions around the table by the committee, we have different levels of one went to 25% reduction. You said the other was at 12 something. Did they talk about coming together more on an equal basis in terms of both reaching 25 so that we have that covered? I mean, you just identified we may need to add a tier, if you will, but did they have that discussion about being equal in terms of the reduction?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, I mean, I think we wouldn't have encouraged 3A to go down lower, to go higher than 25%. I think it's helpful for the broadest range we can include here.
Right.
So I think it's good for them to consider that. The discussion from 2C and the rationale is kind of similar to last year. And what I noted was just they felt it got to be an untenable place and they didn't want to choose those options. So they realized that we might need to go there and the council might need to add those bullets. But yeah, that's where they landed.
There was, so it sounds as though there was a recognition that it might be needed, but not a interest in articulating what that might be, if I'm hearing what you said.
Through the chair, yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. And mine was on the additional committee motion, and I did step out for a moment, so I really hope that you didn't already answer this, but it looks to me like a data run in the first couple bullets, and then the second bullets are more on projections and projections under several different scenarios, including with and without RQE aggregate caps reached. So I was wondering about staff capability to respond to the second two bullets, and then also whether you can characterize again what is this for? Is this to help have us do better on the charter management measure analysis that we do every year, or is this to illustrate something different outside of that annual process?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, to address your first question first. Yeah, I think the first two bullets more have to do with data runs. Pulling CHP registration is easy. Looking at usage gets a little more complicated. We've done this in the past where we pair, because it needs to be paired with the saltwater logbook data and that there's cleaning involved. So there is staff time and ADF&G staff time involved in that. So that would require commitment and time and capacity to be able to address that. And then I ask the committee members about the other bullets in terms of considering latency and projections, because the council's had discussion papers in the past looking at CHP latency and what that could be. And I worked on one of those discussion papers, and it's difficult to project what kind of latent capacity will come online in the future. And especially when I don't know what management measures will look like in the next few years or allocations, that's a really tricky thing. So there's ways that I did it in the past, and there was, you know, some response to whether that's realistic or not. And it was suggested by committee members that one way to try to do that analysis was to work specifically with stakeholders to think about what might be reasonable. Nobody really knows what that could look like in the future, but maybe working with stakeholders, we could get an idea of what additional capacity coming online could be, and thinking about that for how that could affect management measures in the future. And so I think that's what they're thinking in terms of the analytical components. In terms of the use of this discussion paper, it wasn't clear to me that it was around a specific action that they were trying to implement. I think it was more at a base level informational to understand trends in their fishery in terms of CHP use. And, you know, we saw some growth in certain ports. And so I think there are different trends by port. And I think just drilling in a little bit more to understand in what places in the sector are those places of growth happening, and what places are angler opportunities being more constrained. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions at this point? Thank you. We might have to bring up staff a little later after lunch and follow up with some additional questions. I would like to take the AP report before lunch, and any members of the public wishing to testify in C4, please sign up before the end of our lunch break. We'll be taking public testimony after lunch. We'll just wait for the motion to be presented on the screen.
Madam Chair, as that's loading, I'll introduce myself. I'm Heather Mann, one of the vice chairs of the advisory panel. Under this agenda item, we passed two motions that I will walk you through. No. Oh, okay. Motion one for IPHC Area 2C. All allocations shown below include a daily bag limit of 1 halibut and a reverse slot size where the upper limit is fixed at 0.80 and a restriction of 1 trip per charter vessel per day with retention of halibut and 1 trip per charter halibut permit per day. 1, if the allocation falls within the range of 0.897 and 1.013 begin with a lower size limit of U38. Retained halibut must be less than or equal to 38 inches in length, and increase this limit with when the allocation is until the allocation is reached, as indicated in Table 2C 7A of the ADFG analysis. 2, if the allocation is less than 0.897, but greater than or equal to 0.752 million pounds, begin with a lower size limit of U38. Retained halibut must be less than or equal to 38 inches in length. Closing Tuesdays starting September 9th, working to May 13th until the allocation is reached, as indicated in Table 2C.7A of the ADFG analysis. And 3, if the allocation is less than 0.752 million pounds, but greater than or equal to 0.715 million pounds, begin with a lower size limit of U37. Retained halibut must be less than or equal to 37 inches in length. Closing Tuesdays from September 9th to June 24th, and closing additional Tuesdays working to May 13th until the allocation is reached, as indicated in Table 2C7A of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game analysis. No. What am I doing wrong? Sorry, Madam Chair. Sorry. Do you want to advance it so I don't screw it up? Motion 1 continued. For IPHC Area 3A, all allocations shown below include, unless otherwise specified, a daily bag limit of 2 halibut, 1 fish of any size, and 1 fish with a maximum size limit of 28 inches, 1 trip per charter vessel per day with retention of halibut, and 1 trip per charter halibut permit per day. 1, if the allocation is less than or equal to 2.79 million pounds, but greater than or equal to 1.76 million pounds, apply, closing Wednesdays as needed to keep charter harvest removals within the Area 3A allocation, as indicated in Table 3A13 of the ADFG analysis. 2, if the allocation is less than 1.762 million pounds, but greater than 1.497 million pounds, in addition to all closed Wednesdays and a second halibut 28 inches or less, close as many Tuesdays as needed to keep the charter harvest removals within the Area 3A allocation, as indicated in Table 3A14 of the ADFG analysis. 3, if the allocation is below 1.497 million pounds, in addition to closing all Tuesdays and Wednesdays, lower the size of the second fish to as low as 26 inches until the projected charter harvest removals meet the allocation. This covers allocations as low as 1.42 million pounds, as indicated in Table 3A16 of the ADFG analysis. And that motion passed 18-1. And I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Mann. The report, excuse me. Just to clarify, these recommendations mirror the committee's recommendations, or was there anything changed at the AP?
Madam Chair, these do mirror the recommendations from the committee.
Thank you for that. Are there any other questions, Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann. I'm trying to follow in the rationale and not getting a very clear picture regarding 2C and only looking at reductions up to 12% rather than anything beyond that. And it's unclear to me in the rationale if the AP was not willing to look at anything beyond that because it hadn't come from the committee recommendation, or if there was some other reason why the AP didn't provide at least any guidance to the council at what additional measures to get to some of those larger reductions might be.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I think it was a combination of, well, I don't think, I know it was a combination of circumstances. One was it had not come from the committee. The other is at the moment, we don't have a charter rep on the committee because he's been promoted to the adult table. And so we were sort of floundering a little bit without having that expertise at the table and trying to move forward. I will say that there was concern expressed by some AP members about not looking at considerations of up to a 25% reduction. But we felt comfortable moving forward what came out of the committee, understanding still that it's unknown what eventually will come out of the IPHC, but recognizing it could be as much as a 25% reduction. So I think I know it was a combination of those things. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Any other questions? We'll take that as a compliment, maybe a gracious one, but a compliment.
Okay, and then we have a second motion under this agenda item, and that one reads, the AP recommends the council initiates an analysis of CHP use of transferable, non-transferable CQE and military permits for areas 2C and 3A. Analysis would include separate data for areas 2C and 3A of the following. 1, trends in transfer, including lease transfer of transferable, non-transferable, and CQE permits, consolidation, and retirement since implementation. 2, trends in usage since program implementation for each permit type. Transferable permits only needed to hit a 15-trip threshold, and non-transferable permits a 5-trip threshold. 3, trends and projections of latent capacity in terms of both permits and angler endorsements. 4, projections of the effects of latency by area with CHPs at low, medium, and max usage on harvest measures with and without RQE aggregate caps reached. The AP further recommends the council direct NIMS and RAM to address the issuance of charter halibut permits to community quota entities that are no longer active and consider the issuance trigger for these permits to be based on 1, reporting requirements, and/or 2, demonstration of the CQE being an active entity, i.e. being a nonprofit in good standing. And that motion passed 16-4. There's rationale, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Any questions on the second motion? Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will break for lunch, come back at 1:20, and we will take up public testimony on agenda item C4. See you at 1:20. Welcome back, everyone. So we will be reconvening our meeting with public testimony on C4. As a reminder to the public, companies and individuals will have 3 minutes. Associations and organizations have 6 minutes. You'll see a timer in front of you. And once, if you exceed your time, I'll just offer you a friendly reminder and ask you for a concluding statement. So we have 4 people again signed up, beginning with Rob Sanderson and Joel Jackson, followed by Forrest Braden.
Could you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Joel Jackson is in the restroom. He'll be right with me. It's my elder. He'll be testifying on behalf of Cake Tribal. I'm here with Tlingit and Haida. So we're going to go together though. So
perhaps we just
I'm going to go first though.
We can just stand down for a minute too and wait.
Yeah. He's an elderly, so I just told him I'd go.
Yeah.
So.
What about I could go to the next testifier and then circle back to you if that works. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll go to Forrest Braden joining us remotely, followed by Tom Gemmel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get a sound check?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. I appreciate it, Madam Chair, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'm Forrest Braden. I'm the Executive Director for Southeast Alaska Guides Organization, or SEGO. I'm also a 2C charter operator of 28 years and a 7-year member of the Council's Charter Halibut Management Committee, which suggests the harvest measures that this body receives in each year in December. I think I'd like to take my time in trying to contrast where we've been in the past in terms of guided halibut regulation and where we find ourselves now, particularly in Area 2C. If we go back, we rewind to 2008, all recreational anglers fishing in Alaska fished at the normal recreational limit, which is a 2 fish bag limit daily, no annual limit, and no size limit. If you fast forward to today, or projections, maybe even better for 2025, it's a lot different situation. And looking at 3A itself, if 3A experienced a 10% reduction off of last year's guided sport allocation, it looks like they'd be guided anglers would be restricted to not fishing on Wednesdays and approximately 3 Tuesdays. And on those open days, each guided angler would be allowed to keep 1 halibut without a size restriction and a second halibut 28 inches or less. In 2C, it's has become a vastly different situation. Assuming that same 10% reduction to guided sport allocation in 2C, which probably is likely in both areas given what we're hearing coming from IPHC, we would find ourselves in a situation where we'd have to close all Tuesdays. We'd be at a 37-inch fish, 1 per day. And to be accurate, it's a use 3780, which means that you can keep 80-inch fish, but those are few and far between and don't really weigh on yield for Area 2C guided allocation or yield. And this is the first time that we've used day closures to this extent. It kind of lines up with it for those council members who haven't followed this for a long time, kind of lines both areas up in terms of guided sport activity and what's allowed. And I think this points out probably a couple different issues that we're facing as 2C industry. And that's and this applies to 3A as well, but we're really susceptible to small changes in effort, small changes in weight, and changes in allocation. And the way that the catch sharing plans are set up, I don't think that the council ever contemplated what the effects would be on the charter industry and these low levels of abundance. The GHL, which was the precursor to the CSP, had a base level of 788,000 pounds. I don't know the rationale for the council having a bottom end. Perhaps it was that they did recognize that there were limits to where what a sport fishery could withstand. We do see in the CSP, we see dog leg, recognizing that there's different needs across allocation levels, but we find ourselves in a very difficult situation. And I'd like to speak to something I heard during staff tasking and questioning. I think it was Councilmember Goen asked, well, what about taking 2C down to 25%, following some of the requests at the IPHC meeting for Secretariat staff. And we we don't have tables that would go down that far, especially if the commissioners chose to take away the subsidies that they've been giving to Area 2C for the last little while. They've made socioeconomic tweaks, and it's produced an extra 200,000 pounds to the charter fishery by moving 1.1 million pounds to Area 2C after the trickle-down effect through the CSP. And if we lost 25% allocation and that subsidy that we've been recognizing, I don't think there's analysis that goes low enough. So I'd like to offer in the last couple minutes here just the idea that I believe that this council didn't intend on a charter industry in Area 2C, which actually represents half of the charter activity in the state of Alaska. I don't think that they had envisioned the instability in the halibut fishery where we're at, and I think we need to take some preemptive steps in seeing what we can do to level this depression of regulation and opportunity for 2C anglers. And I have a couple of ideas that I'll share, and then I'll just be open for questions. I would ask that the commission, that the council and those with influence on the workings of the commission, that they would consider continuing socioeconomic considerations for Area 2C. Again, the GHL is 788,000 pound floor. We could consider changes in the RQE program to alleviate an annual cap of 1%, which doesn't really get you very far, very fast, to 2% if the analysis showed that was reasonable. We could consider a 4-fish annual limit for all anglers in Alaska. It could be a seasonal annual limit like they have for king salmon, for TCUIs that are less than 40 million pounds, so everybody's contributing. And we could consider taking action on the Charter Halibut Management Committee's motion for a fresh analysis of the CLAP, Charter Halibut Limited Access Program. In short and in final, I think that 2C is just asking for the council's consideration on moves that we can make to organize to stop what's going on and get us to a stable point. And with that, I'll stop and take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Braden. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Forrest, for your testimony. My question is in regards to that second motion that was at the committee. For the Charter Halibut Permit Program, we don't currently have a program review, and I guess I'm wondering if your intent with that motion was sort of to signal a request for an abridged program review, just an analysis or discussion on how exactly the program is performing.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Ritchie, through the chair. I'm glad that you asked that because I did draft that motion. And so I think I'm most familiar maybe with the intent of asking for that analysis. I think if you take a look at the Charter Halibut Management Permit Limited Access Program, there's just given the last analysis or look or discussion paper that was done on it, there shows that there's a lot of latency in the program. And the council considered several times not allowing leasing. And I think that I've heard also maybe at least not allow leasing on non-transferable permits. And we don't have a real good idea of exactly what the activity looks like there. I think that we could be overusing the CHP and limited access program and not aligning with original intent. And we won't know unless we do this analysis. We also added a capacity for 80 CQE charter halibut permits, I think 48 of which are being used, and some I hear maybe being leased out to areas outside the communities where they're supposed to be being used. And I just there's a lot of reasons, and I'll stop with those to take a better look at if this program's meeting the original intent.
All right, thank you, Forrest.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Braden? Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll go to Rob Sanderson and Joel Jackson, and then back to Tom Gemmell after.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing us this time to speak with you. Rob Sanderson, Clinton Haida, Central Council, Executive Committee member. I've been attending these meetings for some years now. Before I go into my my speaking, Madam Chair, I just would like to just take just a quick second to remember our 5 fishermen that we lost in icy straits last week down in the June area. So that boat that went down was originally from my hometown. And so, yeah, I just want to remember them today. So with that, appreciate the time. I'm representing Clinton Haida, and Joel is representing, he's the president of Cake Tribal. And so we still get those 6 minutes apiece. How does that work? I have to ask that because I want to make sure I get to what I need to say.
Yeah, I'll allow it, but typically you would get up separately and do 6 minutes, but we can accommodate. We don't have a lot of testifiers and we're relatively good on schedule. So we can accommodate that today. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for, we appreciate this time to, be able to speak with yourself, Madam Chair, and the council. Having grown up in Southeast Alaska, Prince Wales Island, fished out there pretty much most of my younger adult life, all the way up from Prince Wales up to the Fairweather Grounds, close to Yakutat. And so anyway, with that, one thing that I have seen over the years as far as halibut in the Gulf of Alaska, and especially in the Eastern Gulf, our fish are getting smaller, and we were always taught as young kids never to take large halibut out of the water because, we were always taught they were breeders. So we try to keep them down at a decent weight to bring back home for, I don't like to use the word subsistence because sub meaning less. Only we do that when we have to put that into official documents. So with that, we encourage the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council to use the best science-based practices in the Gulf of Alaska on halibut. We must do everything we can to protect our halibut stocks in Southeast Alaska and in the Eastern Gulf of Alaska. And I say that because, that's the area that we live in. We as tribal members, when we are out there fishing to put food on our table, we are continually harassed a lot. And the charter sector pretty much goes unscathed on at least getting checked. We don't know what really they're bringing in or this and that. And I'm going to let Joe expand on that. He sees a lot of that too. But it would be good, to at least check in on those guys once in a while. I know this is a federal board council I'm speaking before, but that's one of the problems that we're having there. Conservation methods, our tribe's been doing that for thousands of years. And I think I may have spoke about that. I'm not going to get all scientific like my son does because I'm not there. So this hook here in my hand here is a Haida halibut hook. And the bigger the fish, bigger the hook, the bigger the fish, the smaller the hook, smaller the fish. So our people have been practicing conservation methods, not just on halibut, but on pretty much every aquatic species and land species that they use to survive on for millennia here, but not down in Southeast Alaska, well, for the state of Alaska, anywhere. So we really need to focus on doing better when it comes to the Gulf. I know that the Bering Sea is struggling on a lot of things, and yes, the Gulf of Alaska too. Industry wants to point the finger at climate change on low abundance, but industry has no way of controlling climate change. But we have things in our toolbox that we can change, gear change types, this and that, whatever they do in big trawl. And then, one thing that I have a heartache with is the small directed fishery that's always getting pointed to as being part of the problem as far as, taking more. To me, bycatch with the directed fishery and even in subsistence use compared to big trawl bycatch, that's like comparing apples and oranges. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I have seen plenty of numbers posted on the internet, and we just need to find a way to work together with our smaller tribal communities, not just in Southeast Alaska, but in Alaska overall. And this is just my opinion, and it just doesn't go to halibut. All of our species are taking a hit. This last summer, this was one of the lowest returns on a pink salmon run in southern and southeast Alaska that I've seen in years. And I was told that pretty close to 60% of the predicted pink stock did not return. And that is alarming. And then talking to some trollers down there when they're getting kings, they're getting them opened up and getting ready to ice, and they're looking in their bellies and there's no food in them. There's just nothing. So, what I'm saying is that not everything is pointed to big trawl. Okay. So we just need to figure out what's going on out there with best science-based practices and work together and continue to encourage council to work with our Indigenous leaders and especially our cultural leaders that really have that in-depth knowledge on how things were protected back in the day. I do have that, but I can get into it, but that's for another day. But I will say this though, before I close, is that the tribes, when things were down, like a river system were down, like a sockeye stream wasn't producing well back in our ancestral days, they would move on and find another stream within their territories, and then trade and barter was always very important too. When things weren't going well from one tribe to another, they would barter with the Tsimshian Nation, the Tlingit Nation, and the Haida Nation. We always had routes of trade. So there's always a way around protecting our fisheries. And so I would just encourage Council, Madam Chair, to do everything in your power. And we're going to do everything in our power, the tribes, in protecting our salmon runs, our halibut stocks. We like I said, we only take the small ones. So even with that, Tlingit and Haida, I've been involved in transboundary for pretty close to 16 years now, and we work internationally on that. I was just out recently in Hawaii, and we met with a lot of different tribal leaders from Micronesia and Guam, just other places on things they're doing to protect their fisheries, what's left of it. And so just encourage you guys to, do the best we can when it comes to the Gulf of Alaska. That's because that's real close to home for me. So I'm going to go ahead and relinquish my time now and let Joel speak. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Mr. Jackson.
Yes, my name is Joel Jackson. I'm the president of the Organized Village of Cake. We're the tribal council in the village. There is another organization that's called Cake Tribal Corporation, which is a ANSCA corporation. People get us mixed up with them every so often because they have tribal in their name. Just want to clarify that. I'm not really good at reading off scripts. You know, I always usually talk from my heart. But my grandson put together some talking points, which I think is important. He says since the 2025 charter halibut catch limits will not be set until the annual IPHC meeting, January 27th to the 31st, 2025. The council's motion should include a range of tribal recommendations that demonstrate how the measures would become more or less restrictive depending on the limits set. And he put out 4 different points. The first one was 1 bag limit, 5 fish annually. That's halibut. Reverse the lot size limit of less than or equal to 40 inches or greater than of equal to 80 inches. Lower lot reduced to 36 in July 15th, after July 15th. Closed on Fridays after July 19th. Closed to subsistence areas after July 19th, created by local tribes that are part of the Seacoast Indigenous Guardians Network. The other thing is we see all these wax fish boxes leaving the state. I sat in Juneau one fine summer day, nice sunny day, watch these box cars come, vans, 40-foot containers, completely full of those boxes, and unloaded at Alaska Airlines. And those are filleted fish. I'm not saying they're all halibut, but I know there's salmon and rockfish in there. And I seen one guy pack up 4 or 5 boxes. You could imagine what the weight was on those boxes. And that's a lot of fish that's being taken out of Alaska. And like Rob mentioned, the enforcement is kind of lopsided for, and I hate the word subsistence user. I've always viewed our use of our resources as our way of life. But like Rob said, we have to use it for the Western testimony. But it's just sad that these people are taking probably more fish than I'm allowed to take every year. In my area, for just an example of sockeye or red salmon, I'm allowed to take 10 from one area, 25 from another place annually. And you see these charter boats come in there and they camp out there, I don't know how many days, and they're allowed 6 a day, I think. And if it's a family of 4, and they stay 4 or 5 days, that's a lot more than I'm allowed to take from any place. I don't begrudge anybody for coming here and wanting to take home some salmon or halibut, whatever they came for. Everybody's got to eat, right? But I tell you, I eat salmon and halibut probably 4 or 5 times a week. because as I get older, that's what I crave. And like a lot of my people, that is a go-to for making it through the winter. Because in my village of about 473 people, we got an unemployment rate of probably 80%. So you can see why I'm so concerned about what is going on, because we have a couple charter operators that are right around us, and we see them every day out there. You come live in my village and you try to buy groceries from the store, that'd be probably 2 or 3 times what you pay here. So you see where the food security comes in for our people, my people. It's very, very tough. We live there because that's where my ancestors lived. We walk on the same land that they walked on. We fish in the same streams and fish in the same ocean that they did 10,000 years. So we do choose to live there. And, you know, the whole thing about the charter industry, like I say, I'm not knocking them for the job they chose to do. That's what they chose. And they make their money. But I think putting in the regulatory bag limits and everything will help save the resources that we have so everybody can enjoy that. The thing about trying to be nice, and that's what I'm trying to be right now, and choose my words carefully for you, is you look at the pie of the resources that is available to Alaska Native people is less than 1%. 1%. But everybody is able to take from that 1%, not just the Native people. One person said, "Why are you concerned about it?" I said, "Well, I'll tell you one thing. You cut that pie in thirds, then we can talk. We're not treated equally." This is my first meeting coming to talk to you. My friend Rob, he's been coming here for years. But I'm going to learn. I'm going to learn your system. And when I learn something, I'll be back. I'll come and talk to you again. But that's just the way I have to be, because I am the president of my tribe. I have to speak up for our people. We have to make sure we have our food security. We have to make sure our future generations can enjoy what we do today. They are so important to us that I have to come here. Sometimes I travel to Washington, D.C. to talk. But it's so important, even though I hobble around with my cane, it's so important to make sure we look 7 generations down the road. That's how important this is to me. I don't want nobody coming to me and say, "Why didn't you say something? Why didn't you do something?" So now that I got dialed in on you, and thanks to Rob, he's been bugging me for years to come and speak. So we'll be back and attend more of your meetings. Like I said, once I start learning your methods and the way you do things, then we can have a conversation. But right now, I just wanted to thank you for your time. And I'm sorry I didn't address you, Madam Chair. But since I'm a president, I'm used to talking the way I do. So, and nobody usually scolds me for that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Jackson and Mr. Sanderson. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony, and extend thanks to your grandson for coming up with some numbers there and things. It seems like he did some reading, and I appreciate that. Hopefully we can see him someday in the future. I wanted to ask Mr. Sanderson, Rob, about you referenced the hook that you're wearing there and catching smaller fish in times of lower abundance. And I guess I'm just wondering generally, like what constitutes smaller fish historically for you. I remember listening to some of the older folks in the process that I've been in at the IPHC that the 1970s were pretty low abundance and tough fishing, at least in Region 3 where I'm from. And I'm wondering if there was any historical, if you know any anecdotally what constitutes small fish in times like that.
Well, I can just, go off personal experience and seeing what I see when the boats come in at the docks. And I'm at that age where I was part of that halibut derby too, fishing, it's like, anyway, yeah. Well, we were always taught, at a very young age that, when we go out fishing to put food on our table. Again, I don't like to use that word subsistence. I just use, tech talk, traditional ecological knowledge. And so we historically, at least in my family, we would, 60, 70 pounders, nothing too big, to deal with once we got the fish to the dock and, cleaned, I will share a quick story with you. One time when me and my brother went out and we got a barn door, a huge one, right? And we brought it in and, we're being all, like the wise, tough guys on the dock. And my uncle came down and gave us a lashing. He let us have it. He was dropping the F-bomb on us and everything. And don't ever do that again, blah, blah, blah. And we never went out and did that again. We pretty much, we were just teenagers, right? The young teenagers. And we did that. We were kind of like just kind of showing off a little bit what we could do. And, my brother's a pretty big husky guy. And we got, I think that halibut weighed pretty close to 280 pounds. And we heard about it from him. And after that, when we went out and did, getting halibut for the family, but we just try to keep them around 70, 80 pounds in that area there. And then too, it's a lot easier to work with, who wants to work on a big old hog that's way up there in weight and this and that. But that pretty much goes for everything, too. So yeah. And I can also say, looking back on other aquatic species that we live on, you go back and look at the king salmon derby. I mentioned this before, the king salmon derbies that, and they still go on in Southeast. Some places had to cancel them because of low abundance. A lot of these derbies winners, that Juneau, Ketchikan, Petersburg, Wrangell, wherever, back in the day, some of them were 70, 80 pound average winners. Nowadays, a 40 pounder makes the news. 50 pounders, you just don't see that anymore. I know a different topic, but pretty much everything is getting smaller. And I'm seeing that with the pinks, with the halibut. And to go along with what President Jackson said, in our area, sometimes, those boats just create, right, a waterfall. They're just everywhere, and a lot of our people in our communities don't have the means necessary to even make it out to the fishing grounds. We don't really have any more permit holders as far as purse seining goes. We have a few trawlers in our smaller communities. We have a nice brand new beautiful dock in Heidelberg, and there must be about 10 boats tied up there. And so yeah, it just doesn't look good for smaller communities, and we're just going on a downward spiral, and we're just trying to do, and for those of that know me, I was always like pretty radical at times in my testimonies and stuff, but I'm at that age right now that we do have to work together, and so Tlingit and Haida stands ready to work with the North Pacific and any other entities that want to make it better for us all. But all we ask is that the North Pacific, just really looks at these issues fairly and come up with good solutions that may be acceptable. And then not everybody's going to agree on things. We understand that, just like anything we else do in political lives. I do a lot of different things. I don't like that word. I'm part of a good team that does a lot of different things for the tribe. And, like I forgot to mention, Madam Chair, and Richie, that I mentioned transboundary. What we do there is we engage with the Canadians they have these massive mines along the Southeast Alaska, British Columbia border. And just to give you an example, you have the Red Chris mine, and the Red Chris is a small tributary that flows into the Stikine River, and the tailing site for that place is approaching the height of the Space Needle. Okay. Those are acid generated tailings, and it's so big that it looks like it has a highway alongside of it, goes back into two smaller areas, and it's an earthen sized dam. I mean, it's an earthen dam, meaning if you had one good earthquake in that area, that whole thing shooting down that tributary, and it's going to go into the Stikine and probably knock out the life of that river for hundreds of years. And that's what we do in transboundary. So we actually test these rivers for different chemicals coming out of the headwaters in British Columbia. And right now we're finding low levels of selenium. That's the acid generated chemical that comes out of hard rock when they're crushing it down to get to the gold or copper, whatever they may do. So, that's just an example of what we're trying to do our part in protecting our fisheries and everything around it, everything aquatic. So that's a huge and looming threat. That's just as big of an issue to us, although we may not hear about it as much in these circles here. I consider that right up there with bycatch, if not even more important, because one of those mines that's going to be a death blow to a lot of the bigger river systems in Southeast Alaska. So yeah, Tlingit and Haida is aggressively testing, and we're meeting with tribal First Nations and this and that. And before I shut down here, these will be my last comments. And we had, this was a few years back, I met with British Columbia Minister of Mines, Bill Bennett, and we were meeting in the Ketchikan Indian Community Tribal Council chambers. And me and him were shooting arrows at each other for about 2 years through the Vancouver sun. And, they were downplaying our concerns on transboundary waste coming down into Southeast Alaska. And so after our meeting, I rose from my seat at our council chambers, and I walked up to him to shake his hand and thanked him for coming to meet with us. And he didn't even get out of his chair and look at me. He looked at me like I was poison. Yeah, those are the types of personalities we have to deal with when we're dealing with these large mine operators that are threatening our rivers, because as you all know, everything's going into our waters. So we're on the bad end of the stick there. So with that, Joel mentioned the guardianship program in Southeast Alaska. Tlingit and Haida, we have the Tlingit and Haida South Coast, South Seacoast Indigenous Guardians Network. It's a program that is collaborations with tribes and partnerships with every tribe in Southeast Alaska that works together to protect the resources and steward the land and find balance and restore everything aquatic and on the land to protect in perpetuity. So I just wanted to mention that. So that's all I have. Thank you. You've been very generous with your time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for all the information, Mr. Sanderson.
If I could add, mainly to your question about the smaller fish, I fished commercial halibut fishing for years from the time I was a young boy with my brothers. And after I got older, I was able to fish off in a little skiff by myself. And, you know, back then it was a time of abundance. And, you know, as years went on, I was able to purchase a little bit bigger boat, hire somebody to go fishing with me. But I think it was about 20 years ago, I start noticing when I went to fish halibut, the halibut were getting smaller. A lot of them were just barely legal size. And what was starting to happen at the time was the sports charter fishing operators around us. And at times we'd see them going by towing a big 200-300-pound halibut. And at the same time, we started hearing about the bycatch in the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea. So, you know, and every year, my small operation, when I first got into the IFQ era, I had 5,300 pounds of halibut. I was just a small operator. I worked full time. So that was just walk around money for me, you know. So over the years, the halibut quota was cut year after year after year. By the time I decided to get out, I only had 1,300 pounds of halibut. And at the same time, they wanted a observer on my boat. I told them, yeah, you're welcome to come, but you're going to be in the pretty cramped quarters. You're not going to be able to sleep. And when I go fishing, I don't sleep anyway. So, you know, it's just, at that time I decided I just as well get out of the industry because it's just too much regulations, too much cutting. I thought I better sell out before I had nothing to sell. So I decided to do that. And one of the things about subsistence, and this will be my final comment, will be that we are probably one of the most over-regulated people for this fisheries, whether it's salmon, halibut, or anything else. We're heavily regulated. If we take one salmon too many, we're fined. And I tell you, there's less and less people that go from my community to go after fish anymore. So I think the government and other agencies are doing a good job in making sure that they're cutting us out of anything that's out there. So I encourage you as a council to take a good look at what is happening with this charter operators. Like I said, I don't speak ill of anybody that wants to make money. I did it all my life. But, you know, we have to get to a happy medium where everybody can enjoy the fruits of this. Without it, it's going to be gone. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you both for your
Thank you.
testimony.
And Madam, again, you've been very gracious with your time, so we appreciate that. And thank you for making that time for me and Joel to give. This was, again, like his first meeting, so I really appreciate you. Now, before I leave here, and I just want to say Merry Christmas to you guys and get home safe. I always say Merry Christmas. I know it offends some people, but my grandma raised me and she raised me to always say Merry Christmas. So Merry Christmas to you guys. And my son Keenan said he misses being up here with us. He's still very much part of this process. He keeps me on my toes, but he's also the president of the Ketchikan Clinton Haida Community Council, and he serves on the Gateway School Board, and he's probably got as many hats as I do now. So, but anyway, he just puts his best out to you guys. So thank you very much. Get home safe.
Thank you. You too. And welcome to our process, President Jackson. And if you ever have any questions as you're getting to learn the process, please reach out to any of us or grab us in the hall. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next up is Tom Gemmel, followed by James Kearns.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Tom Gemmel with the Halibut Coalition, which is 13 member groups and about several hundred individual members. I think you've heard a little bit about the kind of the situation with the halibut stocks. A couple quick numbers from your reports. The survey number is down in weight by 9%. 3A is down by 18%. 2C is down by 6%. Spawning biomass has dropped 13% in 1 year. So there's quite a bit of angst out there about the whole situation now. We do recommend that the council provide the IPHC commissioners adequate tools in case they need to make severe cuts to 15 or 25%. I think it's a lot better that you do that than trying to ad hoc that at the IPHC meeting. A couple things to bear in mind. Under the catch sharing plan at low levels of abundance, 2C charter gets an extra 3% of the quota. So you've accommodated their needs to a certain extent. Also, in terms of charter clients, I think it would be good if people would, set expectations realistically what's going on. You can't get every big fish, and but I think both charter needs to change their expectations, and on the commercial side, people need to be thinking long and hard before they take out boat loans and stuff or IFQ loans. That concludes my testimony. Take questions if you have any.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Gemmel. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Gimbel.
Thank you, Mr. Gemmel. I didn't know if your testimony meant that the ranges that were analyzed for this action, the limited action we have here today, were adequate or not. Should I have been reading that into your testimony, or do you think an adequate range was analyzed?
Through the chair, I think the commissioners have signaled they'll be looking at cuts as low as 25% and 15%. The existing harvest decision table only has cuts, I think, to 5 and 10%. So don't know what they're going to do, but they want to have the tools in place to make a good decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, appreciate your
Okay,
testimony.
thank you. Everybody have a good Christmas.
You too. So we'll go to James Kearns. He's joining us remotely.
Hello there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for letting us do these comments. My name is James Kearns. I live in Gustavus, Alaska. I am a Coast Guard licensed skipper, and I am authorized to carry passengers for hire. I also have a CHP that allows me to take fishermen halibut fishing, recreational fishermen, halibut fishing. But in so doing, I'm not a commercial fisherman, and they aren't either. They're recreational. But there was close to 500,000 Alaska sport fishing licenses sold in 2023, and I'm sure there's equal that amount or more, perhaps in 2024. So I've got to say, there just really is no reasonable excuse for any recreational halibut fisherman to keep more than one halibut a day. Just absolutely no reason. Whether you live in Alaska or whether you're flying in here and doing it, there's just no reason for a recreational fisherman to do that. Because there's three kinds of halibut fishermen: commercial, recreational, and subsistence. Commercial fishermen, they do it to make a living by selling their catch. Recreational fishermen are there for fun. That's entertainment. And then they can enjoy some of the bounty that they catch. And subsistence fishermen do it for to feed their families. And we just need to have a different allocation for each group instead of having one group of recreational anglers mixed in with commercial fishermen, and then another group, unguided recreational anglers, as a separate group with really no allocation at all. And I just think that's crazy. And so I'm asking that the council create a separate allocation of the halibut TCEY for the recreational halibut fishery only, so that there's no connection between them and the commercial fishermen. Whether they go on a boat that someone else drives and is licensed to drive, it still doesn't make them a commercial fisherman. So they just need to be treated equally, because this is a federally managed fishery. So everyone has equal right to that. And we discriminate right now for that right now. So that's not fair. So I would propose that we have a halibut recreational allocation, and that you manage that fishery in each area within that allocation by having no more than one fish, and have it like any size as a daily bag limit, but then have an annual limit. And I heard Forrest talk about that as well, and it's been talked about many times. And then have a recreational halibut fishery that goes from February 1 to November 30 each year, and a requirement that any recreational halibut kept that is 60 inches or greater be counted as 2 fish on that fisherman's annual limit. I mean, we're not trying to focus on the big fish and take them out of the picture. Additionally, provide that the RQE stamp that's going to be issued be required for every recreational halibut fisherman, to be used to increase the recreational allocation, and it be also used as a monitoring mechanism with a requirement to fill in the size, gender, and location of every halibut kept. And then this proposal will give an accurate accounting of annual recreational halibut. Oh, by the way, and have that stamp turned in when it's used, or by the end of the year, or December 1 of every year. And it'll give an accurate accounting of how many actual recreational halibut are removed. It'll give the size, gender, and location data for those halibuts. So we have some abundance studies. It will treat all recreational halibut fishermen equally and fairly. It will support the RQE concept of no uncompensated reallocation of the resource. It will not promote killing the larger fecund halibut, and it will simplify the enforcement. And I know that there's people that say, well, those residents need to have their 2 fish a day. I'm an Alaska resident. I eat fish, but I could get that. I can get enough between myself and my wife. I can get enough to take care of our needs and our family needs if we just had an annual limit, and it wouldn't hurt anybody. And this is for recreational fishermen, because subsistence fishermen, they're feeding their families. They need that. And so they have different rules, and they have a separate allocation. So I guess I'm out of time. So anyway, I just encourage you. So let's change this whole thing, and let's just have a separate allocation for recreational fishermen only, and then treat all those recreational fishermen alike. We've already got a limited entry program for the people that want to be in the profession of driving boats and taking people fishing. That's already limited with the CHPs. So let's not spend our time focusing on that. Let's spend our time on how we can help maintain the halibut resource, and recreational fishermen need to all be involved. Every one of them, not just the ones that go on a charter boat, but every one of them. All of us need to pitch in. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kern. Are there any questions for you? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
So we have heard staff presentation and received public testimony on agenda item C4. We are supposed to be breaking for executive session at 2:30. So we'll see if we can get through a motion or action within a reasonable time frame here, and see what the wishes of the council are. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion for C4 Charter Halibut Annual Management Measures. I'll wait a moment for it to get on screen. Thank you. The council adopts the following as 2025 charter halibut management measures. Changes from the AP motion and charter management committee are noted in red. For the 2025 charter fishing season in IPHC regulatory areas 2C and 3A, the council recommends for IPHC area 2C, all allocations shown below include a daily bag limit of 1 halibut and a reverse slot size limit where the upper limit is fixed at 0.80 and a restriction of 1 trip per charter vessel per day with retention of halibut and 1 trip per charter halibut permit per day. 1. If the allocation falls between the range of 0.897 million pounds and 1.013 million pounds, begin with a lower size limit of U38 and increase this limit until the allocation is reached as indicated in table 2C.7.2a of the ADF&G analysis. 2. If the allocation is less than 0.897 but greater than or equal to 0.752 million pounds, begin with a lower size limit of U38, closing Tuesdays starting September 9th and working to May 13th until the allocation is reached as indicated in table 2C7-2A of the ADF&G analysis. 3. If the allocation is less than 0.752 million pounds but greater than or equal to 0.715 million pounds, begin with the lower size limit of U37, closing Tuesdays from September 9th to June 24th and closing additional Tuesdays working to May 13th until the allocation is reached as indicated in the table. I'm just going to reference that as a table from here on. And this is where the changes from the Charter Management Committee begin. 4, if the allocation is less than 0.715 million pounds but greater than or equal to 0.691 million pounds, begin with a lower limit of U36, closing Tuesdays from September 9th to June 24th and closing additional Tuesdays working to May 13th until the allocation is reached, as indicated in the table. 5, if the allocation is less than 0.691 million pounds but greater than or equal to 0.651 million pounds, begin with a lower size limit of U35, closing Tuesdays from September 9th to July 8th and closing additional Tuesdays working to May 13th until the allocation is reached, as indicated in the table. If the allocation is less than 0.651 million pounds but greater than or equal to 0.627 million pounds, begin with a lower size limit of U34, closing Tuesdays from September 9th to June 24th and closing additional Tuesdays working to May 13th until the allocation is reached, as indicated in the table. 7, if the allocation is less than 0.627 million pounds but greater than or equal to 0.608 million pounds, begin with a lower size limit of U33, closing Tuesdays from September 9th to July 1st and closing additional Tuesdays working to June 10th until the allocation is reached as indicated in the table. For IPHC Area 3A, all allocations shown below include, unless otherwise specified, a daily bag limit of 2 halibut, 1 fish of any size, and 1 fish with a maximum size limit of 28 inches, 1 trip per charter vessel per day with retention of halibut, and 1 trip per charter halibut per charter halibut permit per day. 1. If the allocation is less than or equal to 2.079 million pounds, but greater than or equal to 1.762 million pounds, close Wednesdays as needed to keep charter harvest removals within the Area 3A allocation as indicated in Table 3A.13 of the ADF&G analysis. 2, if the allocation is less than 1.762 million pounds, but greater than 1.497 million pounds, in addition to all closed Wednesdays, close as many Tuesdays as needed to keep the charter harvest removals within the Area 3A allocation, as indicated in Table 3A.14 of the ADF&G analysis. That should be 3 and not 2 on this next one. My apologies. 3, if the allocation is below 1.497 million pounds, but greater than 1.425 million pounds, in addition to closing all Tuesdays and Wednesdays, lower the size of the second fish to as low as 26 inches until the projected harvest removals meet the allocation as indicated in Table 3A.16 of the ADF&G analysis. And with a second, I'll speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you for the second. Was that Ms. Kimball? Yes. Okay.
So this is basically just the a part of the annual process of establishing regulations for guided recreational anglers harvesting halibut on charter vessels in IPHC areas 2C and 3A. The committee met in October and recommended regulations for analysis by Alaska Department of Fish and Game staff that would likely meet the allocation set by the IPHC. On December 3rd, the Charter Management Committee met again and reviewed analysis provided by Alaska Department of Fish and Game staff on projections of removals for 2025, given the committee's recommended sets of regulations. Following review, the committee presented the industry's preferred regulations, which are most likely to meet the IPHC allocations. These recommendations capture both increases in allocation and declines. This year, there was universal recognition at the committee that declines in allocation were likely and that considerations of regulation should be focused on declines in the sector's removals. Specific to 3A, 3A committee members chose this set of regulations largely because they mirrored the regulations of previous years, and there was general consensus that following a consistent regulatory scheme may add stability to client experience and expectation year to year. The set of regulations 3A members chose to present represents up to a 25% decline in harvest opportunity, which reflects the request of IPHC commissioners for the Secretariat to include that large a drop in the allocation in the IPHC risk tables presented at the annual meeting. Specific to 2C, 2C members chose this set of regulations because they felt it fit a diverse set of angler expectations between ports and areas. These measures also reflect low and decreasing allocations in a time of increasing effort in the 2C charter sector. 2C committee members developed these regulations with consideration to industry input that range from support for no-day closures and letting the lower size limit fall accordingly to 2 days of the week closed to maintain a better lower size limit. There was strong debate and diverse opinions within the committee itself, and it took a thoughtful and strong compromise to arrive at a vote to support these measures. While 2C committee members recognize that these sets of regulations do not account for up to a 25% decline, they represent a significant decline in harvest, and 2C committee members felt including regulations to account for further declines in harvest was not appropriate and something they could not support. I would note that the council has the option to modify the committee's motion to reflect greater declines, and that's what I've done here. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for your motion. And just to be clear, the additions in red that you made to the 2C are consistent with the bottom line is up to a 25% reduction. Am I correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, that is correct. I would note that these additions, well, they were not proposed by the committee and there was no rationale for it. They are consistent with the sort of management scheme that they've presented in the past and here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Ritchie, for your motion and for your work chairing the committee. It's a tough spot to be put in for you as the chair to have to add those. And I'm sure you're correct that they really are. You've done the best you can to be sort of consistent with your understanding of the 2C members of the committee's sort of overall approach to taking these kinds of really hard reductions. But it's still a tough spot to put you in. And I'm kind of wondering what the council could have done in terms of directions to the committee to avoid the situation of having to put you in the spot to add to that. Should we have provided some more clear direction about lower abundance levels, or what's missing that we could provide for next year?
Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question. That's a very good question. With respect to the committee and the what they noted in their minutes regarding only going down, I think 12% or what that number was in 2C. I think that it would be helpful to committee members to have explicit directions from the council to consider, regulations that could account for a specific range of likely allocations. I think that it was helpful this year to have from the Halibut Commission, to have direction for accounting for up to a 25% decline that was helpful, but I think it would be helpful for the committee to have those same instructions from the council in the future.
Yes, Mr. Twite.
And I'm just trying to think about the timing of when the council should weigh in on that for 2026. That would probably be the October meeting. The council should provide that additional direction.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. Yeah, that would be the best time, I would think. It does depend on the timing of the committee meeting, but this year it did fall after the October meeting. So if it were that scheduled that way in the future, that would be the best timing. Yes.
Thanks.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And just based on that question, what information would we possibly have to make a reasonable guidance, I guess, for the future management measures? I just don't know what we would have to provide by October. That's part of the conundrum of the entire process.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I think that that would just have to be a qualitative decision by the council. Like maybe you could say a large range. If we're starting with 25%, I think that it might be beneficial to continue that as a range in the future. Especially given that we do have constraints from Department of Fish and Game staff who have, they have to analyze this and go through all the numbers, and they have a tight time frame to do that under. So it might be beneficial to, if we can identify a range, to stick with that for an extended period of time.
Okay. Any further questions on the motion? No. Okay. Any comments? Yes, Mr. Carlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Ritchie, for the motion and for your leadership of the Charter Committee. Very helpful. I share Ms. Kimball's curiosity about how the council would provide good guidance on this going forward, given that by the October meeting, we would not have the stock assessment information from the commission or the benefit of knowing what the Halibut Commission's discussions were at its interim meeting, which is at the end of November. So it really is a conundrum timing-wise. But I understand the spirit of Mr. Twite's question in wondering how we can provide guidance to the council's committee. And, maybe it's just a matter of charging the committee with being tuned in to direction from the U.S. delegation to the Halibut Commission and trying to provide measures that would provide the sort of the full suite of foreseeable scenarios, something along those lines. So that may just be something for the council to consider going forward. Anyway, I very much appreciate the motion and I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. And any other comments on the motion? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I'm going to be speaking to the motion. I feel like there's a side conversation going on. I'm not haven't fully thought out yet. So thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for the motion in terms of the 2025 Charter Halibut Management Measures. I'd like to really express our continued appreciation to council staff and to ADF&G staff and agency staff that put a lot of time and effort into this very complex process that we have compressed into a very short time frame, like we've just been discussing. So I recognize how much goes into this, and thank you, Mr. Ritchie, and to all supporting staff, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And if I didn't make it clear before, speaking in support of Mr. Ritchie's motion as well, in part because it is a really difficult act we're asking that committee to do, but at the same time, it's it's an unusual opportunity. Within this awkward timing of what the IPHC does and what we do and what we have to do in terms of noticing the public and all that, the timing does not match well, but we've figured out a way to fit in the opportunity for the stakeholders themselves to have a major say in how some pretty dramatic cuts to their fishery are going to be handled. And that's important to maintain. Yes, it's awkward. Yes, it's complex. Yes, it's a heck of a burden on staff to generate a lot of decision-making materials. But this way, it's not just us deciding their future. They get a role, they get a say in how their fishery gets modified to adapt to these low abundance levels. And that's a really important opportunity. It's not easy for the chair of the committee. The chair of the committee's got to keep their feet to the fire to sort out their internal differences and the business model differences and all that. But so far we've made it work, and that's an important opportunity. The more guidance we can give them going into it, and I recognize we can't give them numerical guidance going in. This whole thing is built around the fact that there's not numerical guidance, but the more guidance we can give them, the easier it's going to be on Mr. Ritchie to have the committee work productively together. And so I really appreciated this discussion, but also really appreciate that we're able to continue this kind of process in the face of some really difficult decisions that the industry is having to make.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a very quick comment following up on Mr. Twite's comments. Bottom line for me is that if I were the public, I would, regardless of how difficult it may be to accomplish it, I would want the opportunity to be able to control my own fate, if you will, and be able to derive some of these options. Even if it was uncomfortable and difficult, I would at least want to have that opportunity to do that rather than have us or the federal government do it for me. So while I understand the challenges, I think Alaska Department of Fish and Game also has some extra work and challenges put into this as well. But as a public, I would want the opportunity to do it rather than have it do it the way we just did it here. So additional guidance, I think, in the future would be appreciated if I were in the public shoes. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Lahabdi?
So I know you said questions were over, but can I still ask a question? Because I feel like there might be a typo unless I'm the only one that is seeing it.
Yeah, if it's a
Yeah, it's
quick
relevant to just
logistical-
what's shown there. And
Okay.
so I thought the intent was to protect the larger halibut, and it says that halibut 80 inches or longer may be retained, but it's the upper, and then it says before that, upper limit is fixed at 0.80. So maybe I just misunderstand.
Mr. Ritchie?
Through the chair, thank you, Boyd, for the question. That's just that's not a typo. It is pretty confusing how a reverse slot limit works. I definitely see how that could be confusing there, but the intent is simply that it is legal to retain halibut that are over 80 inches, but not in that lower limit that is described in 1 through 7 there and 80 inches.
Thank you. That sounds good. Okay, any final comments on the motion before we vote? Thank you again, Mr. Ritchie, for your motion and your leadership on the committee. I know it's very challenging work, particularly this year, and to all of the agency staff involved in and council staff in a compressed time frame to get this work to the council. So thank you. And with that, I'll see if there's any objection to the motion. Okay. Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Any further action on this agenda item? Okay. Seeing none, we will break for the day. The council has executive session, so I'd ask the public to please clear the room. And council members, if you need a quick break, please be back at 2:45. Thank you. And we will be reconvening tomorrow at 8 a.m. Thank you.